All right, we in here. Okay, we live. What's good? Wanted to jump in here with the chatty house. What it do, baby? I have no idea why Leezy's even here. Leezy like just craps on the show and craps on everything we talk about. Like we're not going to see it. Like Leezy, like what are you here for? Yo, if you don't even enjoy the conversation, man, just pop out. There's podcasts everywhere. That's weak, dude. Like, what do you want us to do? Come out here and trash De'Aaron Fox? Yo, we're 8 games into the season. We want him to be better, man. Last night didn't do it though. Last night was the worst thing we could have seen from De'Aaron Fox, like the worst. But hey, back at it tonight, man. We'll see what happens. Black Bottles was good. Will Z, I just got your stats, man. Let's dig into those. I'm gonna use Will Z been hitting us with some good stats the last couple of days. Let me make some notes here. Make sure we get in here with Will Z. All right, got that. Roddy, what's happening? Yeah, right. Hold on. Let me move Black Bottles here. Yeah, y'all see that? I told you. And what's crazy, man, this hoodie too is nice. Like it's a little bit thinner than the other ones. Oh, but this is nice. Nice. Warren, what's good, baby? Hey, nah, he worked his ass off, man. But if you were waiting to see De'Aaron snap out of it, yeah, last night just it wasn't it. 8, 0 of 8, and just stand. And I don't even know how much of this is him, man. But they just had him like in the corner. It's like, yo, like, come on, man, like do something. But yeah, like I was hoping for more. Maybe it wasn't the worst. I'm not saying he quit and didn't work. Of course, he worked his ass off. It's just it wasn't enough, man. Oh, you like? I'll make sure you get one, man.
I see you shining on him.
Yes,
I see you shining on him.
Martin.
Ooh-wee.
Mario, what's good, baby?
Mario, I got to hit you back up, dog. I got a couple of kicks I got to get to you, man. I got to hit you up. That's on me.
Oh, you on the VIP list? Because Mario, big time. Like
I'm just trying to get in.
You got to have a VIP list.
I'm just trying to get in, man. That's all.
That's VIP status. Man,
trying to get in?
Is our man Ramsey in here yet? Because what's Ramsey gonna do now that the baseball's over? Oh, there's Ramsey.
Watch hockey.
Oh, yep. Sure it is. Sure enough. There's Sidney Crosby tweet. There.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, man. I love Ramsey. That is hilarious.
That boy Ramsey watches everything.
That is
looking all right, I guess.
Ramsey on brand, baby. I was thinking I saw someone make a joke about a discount. I was going to say we could do a discount based on the amount of points De'Aaron scores tonight.
You guys are you're gonna be paying full price.
Oh, come on, man. I know.
Oh, bro. Man. I know. That's my dog, but damn, he going through it right now.
Damn, you still got the good times drop on the
it's not on the board. It's part of the flip side. I got to put that on the board. Yeah. I got to make that move.
Yeah, that's a good one. Randall, what's good, baby? Patrick Garvin.
Hey, Patrick, are you as happy as me to see that nothing matters in college football?
What's good, baby? Come on in, hang out, man. It is hump day. It's another game day. It's Wednesday, November 3rd. It's Stilo McKC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we appreciate you so much for being with us here on the Odyssey app. We appreciate you for being with us on 1320 AM. We appreciate you for being with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And we're appreciative for being one of your go-tos here for Kings Talk, man. And we have got a lot to talk about here today, as we've got a game to recap and a game to prepare for. James Ham will be with us in the 2 o'clock hour before he heads out to the Golden One Center. I think we got James pegged right around 2:30. He'll spend some time with us talking about the game last night. And then, of course, getting ready for the Pelicans game tonight. As everyone is aware, the Kings lose another close one to the Utah Jazz, 119-113, and this has been the theme. This has been the theme of the losses all season. Competitive, fight, play good ball. De'Aaron not quite there. You get some performances from some other individuals, but it boils down to, and this, ties into the De'Aaron Fox conversation, but Kings don't have a closer, man. And it felt like Utah had two of them. And I did not have Mike Conley murdering the Kings in the fourth quarter on my bingo card, but sure enough, he did. And Donovan Mitchell did his thing as well. So, the Kings now sit at 3-4, partner.
Yeah, tough loss last night. That game I felt early teetered on the brink of, getting out of hand. Because I just didn't think physically they didn't come out bad at all because they kept the score close. But I just thought that the level of intensity and the toughness that Utah started with, it didn't bode well for the Kings. And this is probably a sign of growth and sign of maybe being a different team. Because last year, I think maybe they lose that game by 20, 25 points. The way I felt the game had started out. Utah scored their first 20 points in the paint. Their first 20 points were paint points. Like they were like, we're taking it to these guys. And the Kings were able to hang in there. That seems to be the theme of what they do against some of these good teams right now. And they were able to, get enough physicality to their game to not only keep it close, but end up taking the lead a couple times in the first half and set themselves up to make it a game. I thought they played all right, but like you mentioned, they don't have a closer. They don't have a guy that can bring them home right now. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that De'Aaron can't eventually get back to that form, but today on November 3rd, they're looking for a guy to bring them home.
Yeah, and they don't have it. Guys tried. Harrison tried. Hell, Buddy Hield tried. It wasn't enough, man. They needed more from De'Aaron. De'Aaron had the Buddy syndrome. Like he did a little bit better in the second half. Or I guess this is the last year Buddy syndrome because Buddy's played really, really well this year.
There's one particular Buddy syndrome that is just clear as day. We'll talk about it as the day goes on.
Okay. Well, what I was referring to is the scoreless, just scoreless in the first half. And what killed me was he was just like I should have. And this is me. I should have pulled up the clips, but it felt like it was 10 possessions in a row. The truth is, it was probably like 4, where every time down the court he was in the corner. Like every play, he wasn't involved in the offense whatsoever. And I don't know if that's by design. I don't know if that's his design. I don't know if that's Luke's design. I don't know what it is, man. And I'm trying to be careful not to speculate what's going on with De'Aaron. There could be, I think maybe he's in his head. Like, I don't know what it is. I text you guys last night. He was at the foul line in the fourth quarter. He looked gassed. Of course, the game's in Utah. There could be multiple reasons for that, but I was left scratching my head with a lot of things. And he fought, he competed, he never, checked out of the game, nothing like that. But I did leave that game scratching my head on some things that I saw.
He's definitely battling it mentally right now. He's just, he's in a rut. You can see, he's in his own head. And he's trying to battle out of it. I said what I said the other day. And that's the expectations I have for him. That hasn't changed. I think that's part of like kind of being different, right? We talk about a closer and Harrison tried it and Buddy tried it. They're not as talented as De'Aaron Fox. Tyrese Halliburton is not as talented as De'Aaron Fox. He's the one. He's the one that's got to close it out. Those guys are good. They're really good, but they're not talent-wise on the level of what De'Aaron Fox can bring to the table. And that's why it's like, oh, they're trying, but they can't get, they need De'Aaron. I didn't like his body language all night. And it's not one of, it's kind of hard to put my finger on it. It had like a defeated vibe to it. And just like everything that's going on, the misses starting to struggle, not getting foul calls, he's looking like he's getting beaten down by it. And I need to see that. I need to see that change. That it's not always one specific way to get out of a rut or anything else like that. But I can't see him look. I thought he looked defeated out there by what was going on with the season so far. And he's got to find a way to get out of that.
I saw it a little bit differently because I saw the body language too, but I didn't see it as defeated. And this is, we're just, this is getting in the weeds a little bit. Mm-hmm. You saw it as defeated. I thought brother was searching. He was almost like, it was like he almost started the game in, I got it. This has to be the one. This has to be the one where this has to be the one. You missed that first. This has to be the one. This one's got to go in. This got to be the one. No, crap. And then you could kind of, like, you sense it, you see it, you see him go to the foul line, and that's where I was really watching him, was at the foul line. Like, man, that brother looks like he looked like he broke up with his girl. Like, it's that
right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he just looks like he's going through it. And I don't, and I think we asked this question yesterday. I don't know if one game fixes that. I don't know. I mean, you speak to this far better than I can. Hard to believe. I know some people listening to have a hard time believing this. You probably had a shooting slump or two in your time out there on the floor.
I did. Everybody goes through it.
Is a game enough? Like you come out, maybe you don't have a performance in one game. Maybe one game turns into two. Maybe it turns into three. But when you get that one, is it enough?
It could jumpstart it, because I know how I was. It was, I get the one. I was like, all right, I want to make sure this isn't just one. You know what I'm saying? So there's not really a sigh of relief until you're not thinking about it no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get, like, if he comes out and has 35 tonight, how I would be thinking if I was De'Aaron Fox, or if I was going through a slump of my own, I'd be like, all right, I got 35 tonight. I got to make sure this isn't an outlier. You know what I'm saying? So there's now, a certain level of, I don't know if pressure is the word, but it could be pressure of, okay, I need to come out the next night and build on this, not go back to what I've been doing. But, it definitely does mess with you, man. And I feel for the guy, because like you said, we see it all. We see the wheels spinning in his head right now every time he has the ball out there, and he's trying to find different ways to get through it and fight through it. And it's got to be tough. It's got to be tough. And I don't know. I don't know necessarily what he's doing or how he's going about it, but whatever he's doing, he probably should change it up a little bit. There's a school of thought that. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask, like, is that the right way? Are you sure that that's the right way of thinking, though?
No.
Okay.
There is no, to me, there is no one way. Because, like, one way I think about this, right, is if I'm in a shooting slump, I'm a come whenever they get into Sacramento last night. All right, let me get Jimmy, training manager. Come on, meet me over at the facility, man. I got to get 500 up or 1,000 up. You know what I mean? I got to do that. Huh?
So what? Tonight. Okay.
So,
all right.
So you're shooting 16%, 15% from three. Like, this is what I mean. That's not working. Like, I'm gonna be ready for the game tomorrow. That's not working. So I'm gonna get them up. I'm gonna get 1,000 up. You know what I mean? Whatever the case may be. And that may work. Some people feel like in certain situations, just getting away from it all and clearing your mind, go home and watch Martin reruns. You know what I mean? Or get on your video games for 5 hours or something like that. Do that. Yeah. Get away from the game and come back the next day and be refreshed. So and both of them work in certain situations. Like, if he's doing this right now and he gets 1,000 up right after the game, and he's going through the same thing in March, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna get 1,000 up. It may not work in March. It may work now, but it may not work in March. It's just, you're just, like you mentioned earlier, searching for different things that can get you out of this slump. I think he needs to shoot more, like outside of the game, like afterwards, after the game, before the game. That's my opinion, but I don't know. That's just my thought.
I think one thing that you said that was just spot on is there's no one way to fix this, especially since we don't actually know what we're trying to fix. We know that De'Aaron's not playing well. We've gotten no reports of any injury. We've got no reports of anything, in that physical aspect being wrong. So all we can operate off of is what we see on the floor, and that's just him not playing well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I know what we're trying to fix. The shot is broke. Like, to me, because he's getting good looks, and I know it might be in between the ears and stuff like that, but the shot is broke right now, and that needs to be fixed.
But explain that to me. Like, it needs to be fixed in terms, like he needs to rehaul his shot. He needs to change his mechanics.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, I know there's one thing that he does that you hate, that you've spoken on many occasions. He doesn't leave his follow through. Like I
he doesn't really
get
get his legs into a shot either. But I mean, these are all things that I don't know if you're going to fix that overnight. You know what I mean? But you need to. We've all been there as players and shooters. Like, you're just not finding the release point. And sometimes you just shoot until you find it. That's where I say, like, get in the gym and shoot. That's just how I would do it. I'm not saying he's not committed or anything else because he's not doing it. I'm just saying, like, that would be my solution. I need to get like 500 to 1,000 up.
Luke Walton, apparently a big fan of D'Lo and KC. He heard our conversation yesterday about some guys being out of the rotation. We didn't mean we wanted anybody to be out of the rotation. It turns out that's what happened. And imagine going on a radio show and questioning the great Mo Harkless. What a performance he had last night for the Kings. But there are other things to talk about outside of De'Aaron Fox. We'll continue to talk about De'Aaron. We got to show some love to Buddy Hield, some love to the guys who played, and we got to talk about tonight's game as well. We've got plenty of Kings coverage ahead. We are your home for real Kings coverage. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can jump in the chatty house right there on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope you'll hit the thumbs up and subscribe button if you're watching or you're going to go watch later. Or you can hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Lots more ahead. D'Lo and KC just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right. Let me get Will Z stats here. Will, I know you're in here. These are okay. So these are clutch time numbers. Gotcha. It's interesting. You had some other shots on Fox that were there. They are. Official statistician.
The interesting thing about this is you guys are the only one that brings up him being traded. And I know he's being facetious when he's not literally saying that, but I guess there's some kind of narrative out here or joke. Maybe it's just a joke. I don't know, that I'm always trying to trade people. I don't know. I don't know. Never heard that one. Huh? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm assuming it's just a joke from the guys in the chatty house. Unfortunately, Phil, not today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
It better be tomorrow. What is that? It better be tomorrow. That says Falcons. Is that Folsom? Folsom Lake? Is that Coach Molly's spot? Isn't that the Falcons? Is that what it said? The Falcons?
It said the Falcons, I thought. I think it said Falcons. Yeah. You said Folsom Lake College.
Okay, here you go. Yeah. Good stuff. It's Coach Molly's crew.
Yes, indeed.
Man, the reasons for his struggles, bro, we have no idea the reasons for it. We could tell you what's struggling. All aspects of his shot yesterday, even his hands were off yesterday. He was losing control of the ball. It just seems to be snowballing. But the reasons for his struggle, well, we have no idea. like I said, we haven't been told about any injury, and we'll talk amongst the chatty house. I'm trying not to say anything about COVID, but he did battle that this calendar year, and I thought he looked gassed yesterday. But the game's in Utah, so that's going to play a factor into that stuff. Real talk.
That's the facts.
That's real talk. Jesse just said the Kings are a De'Aaron Fox away from being good. Oh, Will with the you can't get Sugar Hill Gang bars, Will. You're only getting you only get Drake bars. Will, did you see the interview with David? I should have sent this to you. It's long as hell. The interview with David Chase in the Hollywood Reporter. I don't know if you saw that. It's long, dude. It's hella long, but it's a good read. It's a good read.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Young sad, man.
Yeah. I can tell you which one ain't gonna happen. I can definitively say which one of those two things ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna be me. Yeah, it's new, Will. It came out this morning. Let's see if I could find it real quick. As soon as it popped up, I started reading it. It was long. It took way too much time out of my prep, but yeah, he ain't going 8-man rotation tonight. Sorry about that, Casey.
Oh, no. I was just gonna say pressure. The pressure might be a thing, man. He might not, right now at least, might not be built for all that that comes with it.
Oh. I'm going to pull up last night's game here. Appreciate you for hanging out. If you want to be a part of the conversation, 916-349-1320. One of the great one-on-one battles last night during the game was at I Am K Diddy versus at Deuce Mason over the use of crew necks as game attire.
That really was ridiculous. Come on, guys. Come on, we out here in the crew necks, bro.
I gotta admit, it caught my attention. Like, why does this look like something looks off? And I couldn't figure it out. And it's like, all right, I didn't think about it again. And I go to Twitter and I see you and Deuce in like a 20 tweet exchange about suits and comfortable wear on the sidelines. And I look back at Luke. I was like, oh, he's wearing a crew neck. And like, for me, like, there's this very fine line with crew necks. Sometimes they look like pajamas. And I'm always hesitant. Hey, we sell some great crew necks over at DLoandKC.com.
I love crew necks.
See, hoodie adds like a certain street flavor to it, right? But a crew neck, that look like I'm going to the Jammy Jam. And I was like, oh, Luke and Alvin and Dougie, they're going to the Jammy Jam after the game is over. That's what looked off over there on the side. And Luke had his sleeves pulled up. And I don't have any preference on what coaching staffs wear on the sidelines, but I knew something looked funny, and that's what it was. That's what looked funny.
The crew neck it's already crazy enough that they're out here wearing these these long sleeve.
Ain't nothing wrong with rocking the polo. There's nothing wrong with that. Come on.
Hey, like my man Tyson told us.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
I'm from the Pat Rileys. I'm from the Chuck Dailies. You know what I'm saying?
That's just a different preference.
That's just preference. That's what they did. I'm from that culture.
Well, they changed it in the post-COVID times. They changed it. Getting to the dry cleaner ain't as easy as it used to be.
I think they need to change it back. But the crew neck come on. Now.
The crew neck.
That was crazy.
The crew neck got me. Crew neck was. I'm
They're
looking
nice
at Luke.
crew necks. Like if I'm doing the show or if I'm going to the game tonight or Friday, like, yeah, I'd wear that crew neck. That's cool. If I'm coaching in an NBA game, no.
I'm legit looking at Luke right now. It looked like he just finished practice and he got out of the shower and threw the sweatsuit on. Like, that's what it looks like. I don't have the heat with it that you do, but it did. I'll say this. I noticed it like right away. I couldn't why am I looking at Luke and laughing? Like what? And it was really baggy. I was like, oh, that's because he's wearing
not form fitting at all. Not
he's wearing a
fit at all.
He's wearing a pajama top. That's not
my bag. That's not my bag. Like I said, I'm more of the Pat Riley, Chuck Daly type. You know what I mean? Hey, throw on that $1,000 Armani suit. Throw on that Rolex. Luke has a nice Rolex, by the way. I always see that. I always take notice of that. Throw that on. You know what I'm saying? Look good. Look good out here. Okay. And then they started peppering me with football people. I don't know why they were peppering me with football coaches in suits. Like we're talking about an NBA game. But yeah, that'd be fine too.
Yeah, I don't care. It was funny to me. It was funny when you tweeted a picture of Anthony Hardaway in a suit. Nice. And Deuce sent back a picture of Anthony Hardaway coaching in the game with the dry fit on.
Didn't look as nice anymore.
No, it doesn't. It's a different look, but I didn't have any issue with it. But the point was, it made me laugh. Deuce Mason will be with us here tomorrow. No Morgan. Morgan gave me the heads up that she's got some responsibilities tomorrow for NBC Sports. So it'll be Deuce Mason and Kenny Caraway together to go one-on-one over suits versus crew necks. Tomorrow
was ridiculous. That was just crazy. If you want to have your little dry fit, fine. Come on, man, crew neck.
I'll tell you what was more ridiculous than the coaching crew neck was the fact that the Kings were out rebounded 59-38 yesterday. And we knew going in, this wasn't a shock. This is what Utah does. You talked about the first, what'd you say, 20 points of the game, being scored in the paint. Like we knew this is the epitome of a team that's going to cause the Kings problems, as we've already seen in 2 games this year. By the way, we got them a third time in like 2 weeks or something like that. Like, there's not a lot.
Final time. I think they're not in the Pacific, so they might only play him 3 times. They might play him 4. I'm not sure, but yeah, like a week or 2.
59-38. That's what the Kings were out rebounded. Second chance points. This was the killer. And I don't know why that comment from Luke Walton about offensive rebounds from the preseason stays stuck in my head, but probably because of stats like this. 33-14 in second chance points in favor
atrocious
of the Jazz.
That was atrocious. And we saw one of the times, people asked for fiery Luke. There was the time when 4 Kings stood there and watched Donovan Mitchell come in there and get that offensive rebound off of his own miss. Luke called a timeout, and I think it was Alex Lynn. Just bleepity bleep bleep. Luke was. I was doing the same thing in my room, in my office. Like me and Luke were probably linked up, with the words that we were using in that situation. That was ridiculous. That was atrocious. And that was the story of the night, really. I mean, they just outworked the Kings on their offensive boards for a lot of the night.
Can we bring up one other Luke Walton point here? And this isn't like a bash Luke session by any stretch of the imagination, but the hell do you call for a review for in the first half?
That was
like stupid. That play with Donovan and Davion if Donovan Mitchell isn't fined for that, just dump the whole flopping fine. Mm-hmm. Like Davion puts his hand on it. I think it was Davion puts his hand on his back. Donovan goes flying. Falls to the ground, coddling the ball. They get the foul call. He scores, on the next play. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking, review it. Well, what are you doing? Like, where's Buddy? Why is Buddy not twirling his finger in the air? Oh, that's right. You used it in the first half on a play that had relevance to nothing, involving I think it was like a De'Aaron Fox. It's like a De'Aaron Fox. Is that what it was? Oh, yeah. Stupid, man.
Yeah.
Stupid.
It was a terrible challenge for a number of different reasons. Number one, I think it's kind of unclear. It feels like he was challenged and should Buddy's shot have counted because the foul was after he was released. That was clearly not the case. Then he may have been challenging whether or not the foul on Fox was legitimate. It was a trash.
So what did he just say?
Foul call.
I want to challenge this. What do you want to challenge? Everything. I want to challenge everything. Just everything that just happened. I'm challenging all of it.
It was in seriousness, in all seriousness, it was a trash offensive foul call because Fox is running and Conley seeks out De'Aaron Fox and just runs into him. Fox gets the offensive foul call. It was trash. But with that being said, they were never going to overturn that. Like, you've seen enough NBA basketball. I've seen enough basketball. They weren't going to overturn that. I'm not sure what he was doing with that challenge. It was terrible, and it cost him, like you mentioned, because he didn't have it in the fourth quarter.
There's no way that foul call would have stood. I mean, I guess it's Donovan Mitchell. Maybe it would have.
But we're also talking about NBA refs. They are some of the look. All due respect to these people as men and women. They come off. How do I say this politely? Should I just
circus
say
clowns? You got the drop. Circus clowns. Boy.
For sure. Floyd will talk to him because
boy. These kids are some circus clowns.
they get played for suckers constantly. Constantly. And not just Kings game, every game in the NBA. Played for dummies. This was inconsequential, I guess. But the play where Donovan Mitchell clearly travels and they end up calling a jump ball. The Kings lose the jump ball. It's like late in the third quarter. But it's like, what are you watching? What are you watching? How are you watching the ball? You couldn't be watching. This wasn't even off the ball thing. This was on the ball. The man takes 3 steps and then a pro hop. It's just referees, not as humans, but as their job, they're just dumb.
They're just terrible.
It just is what it is. Like I don't see a lot of good referees. A lot of times you'll go back and you'll see a replay and you're like, well, a lot of the times these guys are right. No. They just get that Donovan Mitchell play at the end. You just got played like a sucker. Like a sucker if you're the ref. How embarrassing.
916-349-1320. We'd love to hear from you. You want to talk Kings basketball? Let's go to our man, JR. JR, what's happening, buddy?
What's up, ladies? How are you?
No, come on, JR. What's good?
Hey, so Luke, you look like the kid that shows up at PE, doesn't have his clothes, has to go to the Lost and Found, put on some clothes that they found.
He kind of did. He got the baggy sweatshirt that didn't fit. Like, yeah, that's kind of legit. Kind of legit right there.
That's what he looked like. But Kenny, you're dead on. You're usually wrong, so good call there, brother.
Oh, thank you, JR.
There you go.
I appreciate you listening. I appreciate your critique.
JR special, man. We love him. Raphael, 916-349-1320. Rafa, what's good, baby?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you both doing today?
All right, man. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good. Been following D-Lo for forever, so glad that I get to listen to you guys for 4 hours. Really makes my work day and my day. Gentlemen, just a comment here that I'm wondering what you think about. Last season, we've all talked about how, hey, if the Kings had this roster, or at least closer, a better roster, we might have gotten into the play-in situation. One of my concerns right now with the Kings is I wouldn't want it to get to a point in this season where we say, man, what if De'Aaron Fox had played better some of these games, and then at the end of the season, the Kings are out of the play-in or out of the playoffs, either or, and you start looking back at some of those things. Do you think that could be a possibility? And if it does, how are fans going to potentially look back on that too? I'm hoping I'm making sense with that.
No, you're making complete sense. Yeah, because essentially what Rafa's saying there, and appreciate the kind words, man. Rafa, glad you're enjoying the show, man. Thank you. Basically what he's saying is we're already thinking about the 2021-2022 equivalent of if we just didn't have 2 9-game losing streaks.
Yeah, and it's a very real possibility.
100%.
It's a very real possibility.
It's totally disingenuous to go, nah, it's not a concern right now, Rafa. When we regularly bring up, if those had just been 7-game losing streaks and not 9, it would have all been different. So yeah, like it's easy. It's an easy correlation right there.
And that's part of the reason the other day, today, last week, I'm not really into it's early. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're the Sacramento Kings and you're fighting to break a playoff drought, and make no bones about it, like that also plays into the psyche of us as fans and the urgency and all this other stuff. But when you're fighting to break that drought, when you're fighting to get into the play-in and possibly the playoff, it's early. Like Game 3 really does matter because
I get it.
It all matters.
You're saying all games matter. I understand. No, I'm not trying to be funny. Like even though there's an easy punchline there, I get it. Like I get the point that you're trying to make because there's, again, the tie-in is right there from last year. Mm-hmm. We can see it. Like we can point to that, and it would be. The good news is the Kings are 3-4, which they're a game below 500. But they're just a game below 500. De'Aaron has been bad. I mean, you could argue all 7 games. I mean, to be a little bit maybe fair to the Portland Trailblazer game, maybe he's been bad 6 of them. Mm-hmm. But still, they've gotten a couple of wins out of that. They're 3-4. Now, my perspective on tonight's game is different because I said I said last night. I'll say it tonight, and I've believed this for a while. This Kings team is better than we've seen in recent memory. Not just better than last year, it's better than the year before. It's better than the year before that. It's better than the 39-win Dave Yeager team. This is a more well-constructed team. Mm-hmm. However, I reserve the right to come on the air at 12 o'clock tomorrow, and if I don't get Drake bars, which we all know what the Drake bars means, that means the Kings lost to a 1-7 team. And anyone who hits social media, who hits the chatty house, who hits 916-349-1320 and says, no, this is the same team, it's hard to argue. Because we've seen the team play well against really good teams before. Mm-hmm. And we've seen them lose by 20 against bad ones. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They need to beat the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. The Pelicans might be without Brandon Ingram. We don't know that for sure yet. He didn't play last night. They might be without him. They might be without the Herbert Jones barometer tonight. That's it. I make my jokes about Herbert Jones, but he's a starter. Mm-hmm. He's a starter who plays about 25 minutes a game. So Kings fans are sitting here like, yeah, we've seen this before, bro. Don't talk to me about a star player being out. Don't talk to me about a team's best player being out. We've seen this movie before. And if the outcome is the same, then I can't knock anyone who says, this team is exactly the same.
Yeah, you're not going to get an argument from me, or you're not going to get regardless of how I feel, everybody would be well within their right to say something like that if the Kings were to go and lose this game to the Pelicans tonight. So weren't the Pelicans up by like 20 on the Suns last night?
Oh, were they? That's a game that I was not locked into, but they lost.
Yeah, they lost. They blew the 20-point lead, but I think they were up by 20 at one point.
Well, maybe they're morally devastated headed into the Golden One Center tonight. At least they played last night. That's how I just look at it. At least they played last night. I think the trip from Utah back to Sacramento was a little bit tougher than the trip from Phoenix to Sacramento, but it doesn't matter. The team is 1-7 right now. They're playing like trash. Continue to help them play like trash. Yeah. Let's get back to these phones, Casey. 916-349-1320. We got Marlon here. Marlon, what's happening?
Hey guys. How you doing?
Marlon? You all right, man? What's up, man?
Just wanted to get your take on Fox's increased weight. I haven't heard anybody talk about that, but I know that personal experience putting on muscle can affect the shot. I'm just wondering if you guys have a take on that.
It might.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't like I think we're just searching for something. This happened with Mike Bibby. Remember when Mike put on weight? Oh, his shot is shot. He can't shoot anymore. He's too big. He's too muscular. He's too strong. Oh, okay. I think that was a convenient excuse. I mean, now you got guys. I think Devin Booker yesterday is the latest, along with
Mhm.
Paul George, along with a variety of other. We're talking about the ball.
Yeah.
It's not a Spalding ball. Now this isn't the big David Stern switcheroo of a couple of years ago.
Right.
There's money involved. It's not like the NBA can just go, hey, we're going back to Spalding. They can't do that unless they're willing to hand over a massively fat check to Wilson. And at that, I still don't think they could pull it off.
Yeah, they're just telling these guys figure it out.
That's basically what they're going to have to do. But I put that in the same category as I feel like we're just searching. I don't know. Pete Youngman, Pete the trainer. I know he's a loyal listener of D-Lo and KC. Pete, can you shoot us a text? Like, does it affect guys' shot? Like, I mean, I feel like every offseason somebody's putting on 10 pounds of muscle. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Tyrese put on some muscle?
Yeah, I think it was 9 pounds.
Oh, okay. So does De'Aaron need to lose a pound of muscle? Coming up next on Get Up. I don't know, man. Like,
De'Aaron just need to work on that shot, man. I really do believe that, and this isn't to say he doesn't work on his game or anything like that. I'm not insinuating that, but there's levels to it, and I think he needs to work on that shot a little bit more. You talk about, and I don't think this was a back-to-back situation, so it's slightly different. But I'll never forget. I was reading an article or something like that about Steph Curry, and this was the MVP year where it went to Orlando, and he scored like 55 at like 11 threes or something like that. And he scores that 55, has 11 threes. They're either in Orlando or they get to the next city or something like that. And he does that. He does what I said earlier. Calls the equipment manager, is like, yo, I'm about to get in the gym, get 1,000. If I score 55, I'm watching Sports Center. I'm watching Game Time. I'm watching YouTube. I'm watching all my highlights of my 55. All right. I'm having a good time that night talking about the 55 I got.
I'm pretty sure everybody listening believes you.
I'm having a good time. Steph Curry.
He's liking Instagram videos. He's commenting. He's putting the fire emoji on House of Highlights. I got
100%. Steph Curry, he said, let me get another 1,000 up. You know what I mean? And once again, it's not if De'Aaron Fox is working on his shot or working on his game. We see the videos. I know the crew that he has around him. They're in the gym for sure. But number one, to get to this point where you're not shooting well, I think there was a little something left on the table. But now when you're struggling, and I could be wrong. He could have been in the gym last night. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But that it seems like it's just kind of like, I just got to fight out of it. Get to practice and work on the shot and things of that nature. It's got to be more. To me, it's got to be more, because I know it's between the ears and stuff like that, and it's kind of mental. But the shot's broke right now, and we gotta fix the shot. And if you don't want to strip it down completely, then with what he's doing, how he's shooting, it just get more and more shots up until this thing is fixed.
I got you. PPE tired of pissing people off in the chatty house, so he wants to jump in here on the phone lines. 916-349-1320. Boca Pro, what's good, man?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. That don't fall for the Shams bait tweet, by the way, about Ben Simmons. That's not news, but I want to talk about Fox and our Kings. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I was actually the leader of anyone in Sacramento months ago, rallying against De'Aaron Fox in the weight room, putting on weight. I've been always a fan of football players put on weight, put on muscle. Basketball players lose weight, gain stamina, gain speed. So I will see. It's too early to tell. I'm not going to claim victory now. Way too early. But last time, man, I would have lost a lot of money if I bet on Fox having 0 points at halftime. That made me so sad to see that. I mean, this is our star player, near max contract, to get 0 by halftime. That and by the way, they were in that game the entire game with Fox struggling. So to me, as a fan, I was very surprised and very, very happy, actually, even though it was a loss. You have to agree that was a good loss, if there's such a thing. You're on the road against the number one seed from last year, and they were in the game until the last, 3-4 minutes. But tonight, you are right, guys. I watched the end of that Pelicans game. Pelicans were up 20. Chris Paul had 18 assists and just destroyed them. Yeah. I see an easy win tonight, and we get back to 500. I'm going to enjoy tonight's W. I'm calling it now. We're getting the dub.
Hey, I hope you're right, PPE, man. I hope you're right, man. That would be great to get an easy win. You know what I'm saying? And not be stressed out or, have to extend minutes for guys and things of that nature. That'd be great. I'm not banking on it, but that would be awesome. But to his point about putting on weight and basketball players putting on weight, that's not necnecessarily true. All these guys.
My man, my man Al Biancani just texted me. He was the trainer for the Kings for 20 years. He was the trainer when Mike Bibby put on weight, though it was Mike off in Arizona who put on weight without Al Biancani there to supervise him. Right. But he texted me. He said the weight training affecting a person's shot is an old wives' tale. I think he's pushing too hard. I would put Al. I'll just call it. We might call Al, get him on, and give us his. Just know he's going to say some disparaging things about me. I just want that to be clear. If we
call in now, Al.
We'll get Al on the phone, but he's going to say a lot of things that are going to make me uncomfortable and squirm a little bit. And that's just the kind of relationship you establish with a trainer. Al was the one who taught me about training like an athlete, but rather than training like I'm going to do biceps today and triceps tomorrow. He was like, dude, what are you doing? No, I'm going to teach you how to train like an athlete. And he made me work out with Mike, and he made me work out like Mike Bibby worked out. And that's how I learned to train properly. And so if there's any man's opinion I'm going to trust, or any person's opinion I'm going to trust, it's going to be Al's.
And I like to hear what Al would say, because I was like Allen Iverson with the weights. I didn't like the weights, but one of the things when I did lift and when I did kind of get into it, it was I would lift first and then go shoot. So I felt, and people had told me, I don't know how true it is, but that's how your body adjusts, your basketball body adjusts to new muscle. When you first start, your arms, you can't even get the shot off because your arms are sore, but you stretch it out, you get used to it, and you get used to being able to shoot with a little new muscle mass or something like that. So I'd like to see what Al had to say about that.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings. We'll see if we can get Al on the phone and get his perspective on this. We'll talk about the game tonight. We'll talk about some things that went well. And that short rotation, boy, is going to be a little bit different tonight. That's for sure. Steeling with KC on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320. Okay. Tell him to hang on, and we'll get him right after the break. We'll get him. All right, I want to show the crew in here real quick. Share screen. Boom. All right, there's DLoandKC.com. I know some of you were on the lookout for this, so I wanted to make sure you could see it. Once you go to DLoandKC.com, boom, you get in here. If you go up to collections, you got the Black Bottle collection, you got the Chatty House collection, you got the King's Legacy collection, and now you got the Dope Ones player collection. You click on the Dope Ones player collection, and it takes you right there to the dopeones.com, where you can get Boogie, C-Web. Shout out to Morgan Reagan, by the way, rocking the C-Web hoodie on Night Chat last night. But you can get all that gear right here. Just follow that link. On DLoandKC.com. It's right there in the collections with everything else. So it's on the page, but it's kind of on the Dope Ones, but it's still a part of D-Lo and KC. So check all that stuff out, and you know what to do, man. The Black Bottles collection. By the way, we working on something. We working on something big. Part 2, baby. We working on part 2. You know what it is. You might want to get you one of those. I love how these gold ones came out, man. These gold ones came out so clean. Little Celtics colors right there. Yeah, I love the black.
Oh, the black is cold. The black is cold.
Black and gold looks good.
Black is cold. I like
DLoandKC.com. Go peep that right there.
I gotta spend a couple dollars, man.
I got one of these masks. These masks are pretty dope. These masks are dope. I like how they came out.
I don't have a mask. I'm gonna have to put that in the cart too. Need a mask. I got my socks.
You got your socks. There you
I
go.
got my socks.
You've got something. Oh, Boogie's on the way. That's who's on. You should have Boogie any day. Yeah, you should have
I got
Boogie any
Jay
day.
Will too. I need Jay Will and C Webb. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, both of those should be there.
And I gotta get my
Yo,
I gotta get my gray joint.
shout out to Andrew.
I need that.
Shout out to my man Andrew.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna leave it there. Andrew supporting the cause. Appreciate you, Brody.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, Brody. He bought some big sizes too. I don't know. But we rock. We rock with Andrew. That's for sure. Oh man, Al is gonna just crap all over me, man. Oh, it's brutal.
Did yeah, we'll get to it.
Game day, let's go. What's that?
No, we'll get to it later. Some with Aaron Rodgers, but he's on the docket, so I'll save it.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I gotta send James the.
I know we're gonna put this in a box. It seems like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what 156 miles per hour looks like.
Oh, yeah. No, that doesn't have to go in a box. I
crazy. On a regular street?
I don't know, man. I
don't know what 156 looks like on a freeway, let alone a regular street. That's insane.
That's awful. Just terrible.
Everything is bad. I was looking some more about that last night. And, one of these attorneys were talking on the news. They're saying he's probably looking at 10 years. Hey, Cole, I'll respond to you. We'll figure out a time to get that to you, bro. Like I said, it's like a 56, but if you're good with it, then it's all good.
What's Cole need?
I'm giving Cole one of the cap jerseys I was getting rid of.
Oh, nice. Throw a hoodie under it. A big hoodie. throw.
Winter only.
Well, this was the
time. This was the time right here.
Yeah, well, it's sad.
It was going to happen.
I'll say this though. Better be tomorrow.
Better be
tomorrow.
Be here at 12:57 tomorrow. Jesse, just write that down. Drake Bars, 12:57. Better happen. Or 12:47.
This is as nervous as I've ever been going to the phone lines because my man Albie Akani is on the line. Esteemed trainer of the Sacramento Kings for 20 plus years, and my trainer, Al.
How you doing, man?
Can you be nice to me?
No, I can't do that.
Yo, so I remember this very vividly that year because this was the same year you made me work out with Mike, and he disappeared and went off to Phoenix, and he went off and did his thing right before the season started. He comes back, he's bigger, and his shot's not falling, and everybody's questioning, well, he's put on too much size. What like explain that dynamic as it pertains to a shooter?
Okay, so basically the idea of now you're going to build like a bodybuilder, which Mike did. He went down and worked out with bodybuilders. Mm-hmm. So I was hot at him. So basically the idea of strength training and ruining your shots is an old wives' tale. What you have to do is make sure that what I do with every athlete is I have them go shoot a lot of shots after strength training.
Yeah.
Okay, so what strength training will do actually is help your range and help you shoot a lot more shots for endurance-wise. Mm-hmm. Okay, plus you can take the pounding.
Yeah. See, and now...
So, because, look, shooting is a nerve pathway activity. Okay? Mm-hmm. There's a certain nerve pathway that falls from your brain to your hand to the release of the ball. Okay? Now... In working with Jason Williams, for example, I put 10 pounds on him. That didn't affect him. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you've got to make sure you shoot. shoot. What I see from him on the film, he's pushing a little hard. I think some of this stuff is getting in his head.
For sure. For sure. And Al, let me ask you this, because you touched on something that, I mean, I had never worked with a professional trainer like that, but it kind of made sense to me, right? Like when I was playing and trying to put on weight, I'd hit, the weights, and I made sure I did the shooting after, like you just talked about. I mean, it wasn't as technical. To me, it was just, well, let me get used to being able to shoot with a certain level of muscle on me that I didn't have 2-3 months ago. That was my thinking, but I was on the right path with that thinking, right?
Yeah, for sure. You got to do that. I mean, you got to shoot afterwards. It's kind of a nice cool down, and you get back and shoot. And a lot of it is people say, "Well, you gain too much weight, you're gonna ruin your shot." Well, that's not true.
I've watched you. I've watched you shoot with people. Is it more than just shooting, like catching rebound? Like you were always there to get in, like to somebody's head. Like if they missed if they missed long, if they missed right, if they missed wide, like you were always there talking to them. Is it more than just being in an empty gym and getting up a number like 500?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Well, for example, what I did with Bobby and them is, and Matt and those guys, if you miss 2 shots in a row, you lose a number.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
So yeah, and what I did is a lot of times I fired the ball at him real quick. So we got a little conditioning out of it too.
I've seen that. Yes, yeah. I've seen that.
Al, let me ask you this, because I mean, I don't think there's one particular way to go about it at one particular time. Sometimes it's more work. Sometimes it's less work. Get away from everything and get your mind right and things of that nature. But I look at somebody like De'Aaron Fox, and what I would try right now, because this is a complete assumption by me. I could be completely wrong. He'd be getting up 5,000 shots right now, and I don't know. But I feel like with him right now, I would tell him, hey, get in that gym extra time, outside of practice, outside of the shoot around, and just try to work the kinks out there, 500, 1,000 shots, whatever the case may be, and work your way through this with repetition and with having confidence of seeing the ball go through the hoop over and over again. Is that something that you would talk to him about, or would you say just get away from it?
Well, there's a point of diminishing returns too. You get to shooting too much, and then your shit falls apart.
Yeah. Who was the worst shooter? Like who was just like, man, I don't know if I can fix you.
Well, I'm not a shooting coach, so I don't teach shooting mechanics. But my age, I can't remember some of the guys, but there are some that threw up a lot of bricks.
Yeah, I believe it. And you probably just made fun of him as that ball hit the.
I gave him a pair of the pink ones that you've got.
Yeah, okay, all right, there it is. Yeah. He's handed out what he refers to as a pair of pink ones many, many times. Al was the first person who made me vomit. Like, oh, man. I remember we had a scheduled. I remember it like it was yesterday. A plyometric workout was scheduled for me, Mike, and Team Dime. Mike didn't show up, which means Team Dime didn't show up, which means it was me and Al. No one to take Al's focus away. And I had that spot right there in the Thomas. Side door was open. Walked out, found the bush, vomited, walked back in. Al goes, "You good, Bubba?" I said, "Yep." He said, "Cool, finish." I was like, "All right, boss. That's what I'll do."
Yeah, but hey, how much of what you do is between your ears? 80% of what you do as an athlete is between your ears.
100%.
You've got to be able to handle adversity.
Yes.
You've got to be able to perform when you're tired.
Which is why you made me finish the workout.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And I was the first person there to congratulate you and hug you when you got
every
done.
time. Yep. Every time. I love you, buddy, man. Thanks for jumping in, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
appreciate you, Al.
Yeah, you guys are doing good. Keep it up.
Thank you, brother. That's Al Biacani. I'll be honest. I don't know how old Al is, but he could whip my ass. He could whip my ass. He could whip your ass. And if you're listening to the show, Al might be 80. He could whip your ass too. Like that's a tough dude right there. And he not only worked in, with the Kings and in the NBA and all of that. Like he lived in Like they called him over from China to be the strength and conditioning coach for the basketball team, the national basketball team out there. When we went to the Olympics in 2008, he was in China working with them. He was there for he might have been there for 10 years before finally coming back. He is if I have a question about some things that are going wrong in my training, that's the dude I call to this day. That's the dude that I call.
That's what's up.
But it's again, he speaks from experience. He speaks with guys who worked with athletes. He worked with Mike, and he mentioned Jay Will and Matt Barnes and Chris Webber and all of those guys. He's lived in the gym, and you hear him and he's everything he told is 100% gospel. He is going to push you to the point of breaking you. He's not going to break you though. He's going to push you to that point and make you fight through it yourself. And I think that there's only so much that you could do, though, as a coach. There's almost so much Luke can do, or Doug, or Alvin, or anybody else on that coaching staff. There's only so much that the training staff can do, or the shooting coaches can do with De'Aaron right now, because the season's here and there's a game being played every other day. Yeah. De'Aaron is getting pushed to the mental brink every game.
Yeah.
And I guess I heard Luke say last night, I have zero concerns about anything pertaining to De'Aaron Fox. And I think that's Luke's version of what Al was just talking about a second ago, in that you're going to get through it. And when you do, I'm going to be the first one there.
Yeah.
That's, I think, what Luke is doing right now. And I agree with it. And I don't think you go out there and you pick apart everything De'Aaron's doing wrong. You talk about what you want him to do better and the fact that you believe he's going to do better.
The thing that I think about with working on your game and working to improve is how you're going about it, right? I tell guys all the time when I work with them, you can get up, ask you go to the gym today? Yeah, I went to the gym. How many shots you get up? I got about 500 up. How long did it take you? I was in there for 2-3 hours. Got 500 up. You weren't doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
What you mean 2 hours for 500 shots?
People get confused. They do that with the gym too. I was at the gym for 2.5 hours today. For what? What was you doing for 2? You wasn't working efficiently, fam.
No, that's not doing anything. I get up. I know me, and I'm not even the bar. You know what I'm saying? There's guys that work way harder than me at basketball and things who put in that real work. But if I'm getting 400 up in an hour, that's the bare minimum. And I'm doing it by myself. I don't have a rebounder. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to get the ball myself and all that. You got a rebounder, you got somebody to pass it to you all the time. 400 in 45 minutes should be the case. You know what I'm saying? But it's how you're working out. And I see a lot of times guys will get the numbers up, but the way they're working may not be preparing them fully for what they'll see in a game situation. And that's where there's a disconnect between, well, I'm putting the work in. Are you putting the right work in, though? That's the question. Putting the right work in, doing it the right way. Mm-hmm.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We appreciate you so much for being with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We appreciate those listening on the Odyssey app and, of course, on 1320 AM as well. I want to get back to these phones. There's obviously a lot more to talk about. Kings play ball tonight. We're going to hear from James Ham coming up about 90 minutes from now. He's going to be with us at 2:30. Then he's going to head out to the arena. Second night of a back-to-back, of course, for the Kings, as the New Orleans Pelicans are in town. The 1-7 New Orleans Pelicans are in town. 916-349-1320. Joe, appreciate you listening. Appreciate the call. What's on your mind?
What's happening, fellas?
What's going on, big dog?
Hey, I just have a question. I know you guys think it's a bad idea to trade De'Aaron Fox, but how much of this season goes by before you start entertaining that thought? Because I think this franchise may overvalue him like they did DeMarcus Cousins.
The entire season will go by, and probably the entire following season will go by before I think about trading De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, it's
not an option for me. There's 7 players that I'd be like, yeah, let's do it, and they're not being traded. So
Right, exactly, because they're in the same exact category that De'Aaron Fox is. But I understand the point Joe is making, like how much of the season has to go. And I understand the point you're making, and I'm on your side with this one. A rare occurrence here on D'Lo and KC. You don't. It's not a conversation you have. Like because of 6 games, De'Aaron isn't tradable, or 7 games. De'Aaron, you're not trading him. You're not moving him. You're not looking at the fiasco that's going on in Philadelphia and saying, "Oh, Ben Simmons will help this team." Sure, maybe he will with De'Aaron Fox on it. Yeah. That's it. Like there's no other conversation to be had right there. I don't care how many guards the Kings drafted. They drafted those guards with the idea of De'Aaron Fox being here, not with the idea of moving on from De'Aaron Fox.
Right. And it's you don't just get rid of somebody because of a bad start. You know what I mean? You don't like that's the way sports are today. People are so trade happy, it seems like. You know what I'm saying? Like, trade this guy, get him out of here, ship him out. Like, no, figure it out. Figure it out. You got to figure it out.
It ties into our 240 characters mentality, like our short-term attention span. Like we have so much information, and unfortunately we have so much misinformation right there at our fingertips, like in our hands 24/7. We have all sorts of information. And so we believe, where it might have been 2 years of bad play before a fan base starts to murmur and it gains a groundswell amongst beat writers and reporters and all those different things. Now it's a trend on Twitter. Now it's now it's a dad posting an 11-minute clip about a quarterback not throwing to his son. Like that's how quickly things can change and escalate. It's a liked tweet with you in a different uniform. You know what I mean? Like everything is accelerated so much. And then that's why, I'll ask this again, does one game fix everything? Well, no, but let De'Aaron go. Let De'Aaron go for 33 games in a row. Oh, he's an all-star. He's shaking it off. Let's go, baby. Then we're going to have these, PER stats and these per 36, per 100 possession stats, and De'Aaron off the court and De'Aaron on the court. Because all of the information is going to be able to be right there at our fingertips. We're just going to be using it to make a different argument. That's just the way we are. That's things move quickly in 2021. And so 7 bad games. Oh, help. 6 bad games, slow start, whatever. I thought Jason Jones made one of the best points the other day, Monday, here on D'Lo and KC, when he said, if this was right after the All-Star break or right before the All-Star break, if this was game 37, 38, 39, 40, people would be, oh man, De'Aaron's going a little bad stretch right here. But because it's the start of the season, like it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, Kenny. If you're willing to forgive Dame Lillard and say, oh, Dame Lillard's certified, De'Aaron's not, you didn't believe what you saw last year. Because De'Aaron should be certified. That final stretch of the season before COVID, like that should be the certification right there.
I disagree. No, because that was one time. Dame Lillard's done this for like 6
Then you don't believe him. Then you don't believe in De'Aaron.
That's not true. That's not true. Like,
if you're willing to give Dame Lillard a pass for starting the season poorly and shooting, hell, I don't think there's no argument about Dame versus De'Aaron as a shooter. And isn't Dame shooting like the same percentage De'Aaron is? From
probably
3?
So. Well,
he's shooting terrible.
He's not shooting well at all.
Okay, maybe that's too much, but it's terrible.
Yeah, he's not had a good start to the season at all. But Dame has done what he's done for 6-7 years. De'Aaron did that, what he did in the second half. Like, okay, maybe to your point, I need to see more to believe.
That's what I'm saying.
What he did in the second half is who he is. Now, what he does as a whole, like 21, 22 points. Yeah, I believe in that. And I continue to say, I think he'll get to that. But 27, 28 a night.
Well, then to me, and then that's fine, because De'Aaron's not even averaging 20 what'd you say, 2, 3? He's not even averaging that right now. So if you believe Dame is going to be Dame again, you've got to be able to believe De'Aaron is going to be De'Aaron again.
If you what De'Aaron though?
And that's the conversation we're constantly stuck on. Yeah. De'Aaron had 3 seasons within 1 season last year. De'Aaron had the entire evolution of his career in 3 parts last year. 18 points per game, 22 points per game, 27 points per game. It all mounted to the 25-point per game season that he had. Mm-hmm. Do you think De'Aaron gets back to I think his career high prior to last year was 21. Mm-hmm. Does De'Aaron get to 21?
Yes.
22?
Yes.
I 25 think stops at 22. Okay.
That's my thought. And that's pretty damn good. That's still very good.
So I'll ask you this question, unrelated to Dame. I'll ask you this question about De'Aaron. You said at the beginning of last year, the Kings need a player better than De'Aaron Fox. Mm-hmm. You said at the end of last year, the epiphany of all epiphanies, the Kings needed Dame Lillard. And then the part 2 of the epiphany where De'Aaron Fox might be the Dame Lillard in terms of the best player. Like he might be that type of player that we need. Do the Kings this year, to get where we want to go, do they need a player better than De'Aaron Fox? Excuse me.
If he plays what I think his ceiling is, which is 22 a night, no, they don't.
Okay.
Now, it's another question because we talking championship, perennial conference finals type team, they probably do.
Sure. I just want to be clear, like that's not the Blazers. I just, because we were talking about Dame Lillard a minute ago, so I just want to make sure we're not making a correlation between Dame Lillard and what the Kings are doing, because Dame doesn't do that.
Dame doesn't do what?
Get to the conference finals every year. Matter of fact, Dame gets out of the first round once. Y'all like to forgive him for that. Twice?
Yeah, he lost.
Sure?
Positive. He lost to the Warriors 2015, maybe, in the second round.
Okay.
He got
you got a phenomenal memory.
Like maybe 3 times. One time when he beat Dwight Howard and hit the buzzer beater. Another time when he beat Russ.
OKC. That went to that's the one they went to the conference finals.
And then another time when Steph got hurt, he hurt his knee in the Rockets series in the first round. He came back in game 4 of the Portland series, the next round. And it was like one of the great games I'd ever seen. And that's where he came back. I'm back. You ever see that GIF? That was Portland.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So it's and that might be the only times, like those 3 times.
Well, that's more than I thought. That's more than I thought. I thought it was once. But point being, to get to where the Kings, no comps to any other player in the league or any other team in the league, for the Kings to be perennial all-star, or excuse me, perennial conference finals contenders, you need a player above De'Aaron.
They need somebody
De'Aaron and CJ
or above. Like that, like it's got to be, like you said, Dame and CJ. Like Fox is averaging 22, and this other person is averaging 21 or 23. You know what I'm saying? Like it's got to be that. I think could be wrong, but I think they need a little bit more, because what they need is something a little more reliable in certain areas, free throw shooting, perimeter shooting. You know what I mean? Like something that you can bank on a nightly basis. De'Aaron, to score 22, like that's his average. That's literally what you're doing on an average. But maybe some nights he's 3 of 10 from the free throw line, or he's not hitting the 3-point ball, or they lose a game because, he's not hitting free throws or willing to get to the free throw line in the fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? They need somebody to take that type of load off of them, I think, to reach like a championship level. But for this year, like what you were talking about, to get in the play-in / playoff situation, if he's leading the team in scoring with 22 a night, with the way this team is constructed this year, I think that's enough.
That's fine. He'll be second. to the great Harrison Barnes. behind the great Harrison Barnes, who I think, let me confirm, led the team in scoring last night.
Oh yeah, 20-something.
He had 23, and that might be the first game where it's like, hey, Harrison, you see what's going on with our boy? You might want to be a little bit more aggressive. Like, Luke, give him the aggressive pep talk again. Because he did that for a stretch. He didn't get to his almost. He was 5 of 7. What was? Oh no, he was 2 of 5. He was 2 of 5 from 3 last night.
Yeah,
but he was 5 of 7 though.
But he was. We have the
Elite.
formula. We have the formula to successful buddy. We have it. You know, another thing before I get to the formula, another thing that I thought about is, you mentioned it on Twitter. I watched it a lot in the fourth quarter. De'Aaron Fox just standing in the corner.
Oh man!
And there was a lot said on the telecast, and people have said it. You know, he's got to have the ball, number one, and they've got to figure something out with him and Tyrese off the ball, like whether it's Luke Walton or those specific players having a come to Jesus moment and finding out a way to be productive without the rock in their hands primarily. Because this whole, you run the offense, I run the offense, you bring it up, I bring it up, and while you're bringing it up, I stand and do nothing. That's not good enough. Neither one of these guys are going anywhere. So they've got to figure it out. They've got to figure it out. If Halliburton has to switch his mentality to be like, I'm going to be more of a shooting guard when Fox is bringing it up, I'm going to be ready to shoot the rock and things of that nature. That's what he's got to do. Fox, if you've got to be more of that or cut to the basket more or something like that, back screens, get yourself, be more active. That's what you got to do. But one guy dribbling and the other guy standing in the corner and vice versa, that's not, no, man, figure that out. 7 games in, they're getting used to each other. Maybe they will, but that's not good enough.
Okay. Give us the formula when we get back, the Buddy Hield formula.
Absolutely.
I'm curious. I'm excited. Oh, okay then. I'm excited to hear about this. We're going to continue to talk about the Kings. There's some other things we want to talk about too. We'll get there. College football playoff rankings. Shout out to the College Football Playoff Committee who stood up in front of the world and acknowledged the ACC sucks.
No. They need to acknowledge more. We'll talk about that.
All right, we'll get there.
Off, to be honest with
you. We'll clutch the pearls. Kenny's upset. We've got the Buddy formula coming up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Where is that? There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Shout out to the Twitch crew. We appreciate you. I know Kyron and Bryce over there working for us on Twitch. Like Twitch is I don't get it, but I appreciate it. That's one that like that's I think part of it is like with YouTube, I was able to like get into like the controls and like understand it. With Twitch, like it's the company's channel. So every time I like try to learn more about Twitch, it has to send an authentication code to the guy who registered the Twitch. And I don't even know where the brother's at. Like he helps me a lot. I don't know if he's on the West Coast or the East Coast. I don't know if I'm texting him at 11 at night. I don't know what's happening. So I've had a hard time figuring out Twitch, but Bryce is over there doing the Lord's work for us, man. So we appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, enough players are talking about it that it's hard to say, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like when all these players are talking about it, it's got to mean something. I just don't think they could do anything about it.
Nah, that was when they did it before. That was a different type of ball, same company.
Yeah, right.
This is a different company.
Appreciate you, A-Gap Podcast. That's a good look, man. We appreciate you. Thank you. We could always use help over there on Twitch. We've had some great help over here on YouTube too. Oh, is that where? Wait, hold on. Wait, is that? I didn't know that. No wonder I don't know anything about it. I'm a dope when it comes to.
I didn't know that either.
Okay. Tyrese said it was strange. He got used to it. Okay. All right. Oh man, we just full of information today. The more you learn.
Josue asks, is Luke good enough to fix that dynamic between Fox and Halliburton? I don't know to answer your question, but I mean, that's something they got to figure out too, though. That's right. 2016, they beat the Clippers. That's when Blake and Chris Paul got her. I think Chris Paul broke his finger in that series. They probably would have lost that series if the Clippers were whole.
This is funny. Twitch is owned by the Homeboy Shopping Network. Yo, welcome to the Homeboy Shopping Network. Trying to make
they won't do anything. They not built like that. They're not making no moves. They get premium talent on the offensive end. Anybody would fit us right now. Make it work. You got 50 plays a game. We're only asking for 3 of them to go down the field to Deshaun Jackson. Me and Crocky were on here one of these weeks talking about, why don't you just have 4 times a game, just the 9 route. Go. Get by him. We'll throw it as far as we can, see what happens. You waste it on plays that go 2 yards anyway.
Jeez. Yeah, shout out to the growing family over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Our man Bryce, Chiron, the Game 916, and A-Gap Podcast. They're handing out subscriptions over there for D'Lo and KC and for the ESPN 1320 channel. No, we appreciate you over there on Twitch, YouTube, and wherever you are. If you're on the Odyssey app, man, that's dope. If you're on old school radio, if you're on an alarm clock, a boombox, you can listen on like Alexa and your HomePod. We're like the Kevin Hart commercial. Have you seen the Kevin Hart commercial where he flips out
that
commercial? Yeah, we're that. You could hear us anywhere. You could ask Siri to play D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. You could ask Alexa to do the same thing. They get along in this regard.
It's all love.
So you don't, and then you could watch. You can see all the dope graphics and the cool hoodies and the chat house comments and all of that good stuff on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I didn't mean to chuckle. I'm just, oh my.
Uh-oh.
So COVID has been a big conversation in the NFL today. I just saw Schefter's tweet that said the Giants had 13 positive results among those tested yesterday.
Oh my.
All 13 were retested today, and there were only 2 positives.
What a coinky-dink.
Huh. And Saquon Barkley is in COVID protocol. All right. Damn. Jimmy Garoppolo is vaccinated because apparently that's a question you have to ask your starting quarterback today. Thanks to one particular jackass in Wisconsin, which we'll get to later. I'm so glad we can ignore how well he's playing and just get back to trashing Aaron Rodgers.
Somebody made the argument we shouldn't see him anymore this season, to be honest. We're being fair.
Please.
It ain't gonna happen, but I'm just saying.
Please. Oh, I didn't even turn the network on this morning to hear what. Oh, he's just so passionate about his team. He just wanted to be out there and fight for them. I just have to imagine that that's the type of garbage that they're peddling. I hadn't checked to see if his BFF, who floated the draft day story, is tweeting about him today, because I feel like he's not. But could be wrong.
The network was talking more about Scottie Pippen this morning.
Henry Ruggs. Yep. See, I'm just perusing Schefter. That Henry Ruggs story, awful, just awful. Christian McCaffrey. Oh, a little bit from Rodgers, a little bit. Oh, yeah. No. Weird. Schefter doesn't have much to say about Aaron Rodgers today. I wonder why that is. Strange. Strange, I tell you.
He must have sent the email to the editor.
He must have.
Say, hey, should I say this? Should I tweet this? Is there anything in the editor? Told him, no, don't tweet it.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, Rodgers shot it. Hey, don't tweet anything about this, Adam. Yes, sir. You got it. Whatever you say, Mr. Rodgers. Yo, can you give us the Buddy formula? What Buddy played really well yesterday. Again, Buddy is elite. Shirt coming to DLoandKC.com at some point soon for sure. What's the formula you've been talking about all morning for Buddy Hield?
Well, first of all, Buddy comes into the game yesterday, and like the first thing he does is shoot a free throw.
Bruh, it's crazy. The Kings up until yesterday had never lost a game where Buddy Hield shot a free throw.
Damn.
The streak is over. It's Brock Lesnar and The Undertaker, man. The streak is over.
But the formula to me, very simple, is if Buddy Hield takes 2 or more 2-point field goals, he's going to have a good game. If he only takes one or less 2-point field goals, it's going to be a stinker. And so far, that is what the game log has bared out. He's had 2 games where he only took 1 2-point field goal. That was the Dallas game on Sunday, and the other one was the Warriors game.
How many did he score Sunday? Do you have that in front of you?
He had 11. He was 4 of 13 from the field, 11 points, 3 of 12 from beyond the arc. In the Warriors game, he was 2 of 11 from the field, 2 of 10 from beyond the arc. He only had 6 points that game. Every other game where he has taken 2 or more 2-point field goals, he's played pretty damn good. 17, 24, 26, 20, 19.
Wow. That's amazing.
Buddy, take two twos and you'll be good.
That's it. That's all you need. You know what? Else I'm not going to ask you to try to give us the correlation here, but you know what's an even, or not even more, but an equally as impressive number. Yesterday, he didn't turn the ball over.
That included a great pass on the break.
The Rashawn Holmes pass, where everybody on the planet thought he was going to pull up for a 2-on-1 transition 3, and he didn't. That was a great pass. That was a really, really good pass.
That was a great
by the way, sorry for being an hour and 23 minutes into this show. Shout out Rashawn Holmes, who I was already looking, okay, if he misses 10 games, what game is he missing? Like, I'm looking like he left in paint. Like, that looked, anytime you go, hey, you know what? No need to go to the bench. Let's just go to the locker room.
Yeah.
Of course, Donovan did the same thing and returned with no problems either. But I was concerned when Rashawn Holmes went down, got up, and left the floor, and Willis Reed all over again. Rashawn Holmes has returned.
Except we didn't win. 10 points, 10 rebounds. He battled against Rudy Gobert in that game. Gobert,
tough matchup, man.
It's a real tough matchup, man. It's a real tough matchup. It was a battle. Gobert, he dominated on the boards, but he didn't dominate on the offensive boards. Only 1 offensive rebound for Rudy Gobert, which is a surprise because they got like 9
million
rebounds.
I think it was 1 million.
He only had 1 of them, so that was
bro.
It was a battle.
It's 15-6. Offensive rebound battle is 15-6.
That is 15 extra possessions.
Brutal. Well, we mentioned
one of the best offensive teams in the league. if not the best in the conference. You gave them 15 extra opportunities last night. It's unacceptable.
We mentioned the second chance points, 33-14 in a game which they were out rebounded 59-38. So I don't know. I mean, the team is struggling rebounding. They only played 8 guys last night. 7 of them scored in double digits, by the way. Only one that didn't was Alex Lynn. And quite honestly, that's not his job when he's out there. Dare I ask, the team is struggling rebounding. Is there any chance Marvin gets into this rotation at all?
You thought Marvin. I thought it was time to go.
Is there any chance somebody else gets in this rotation to grab a freaking rebound?
Well, I was going to say, like, people think Marvin. I thought after the Alex Lynn play where Walton calls a timeout and curses everybody out, I thought maybe it was time to see Tristan, because you talk about rebounding and toughness. I said, I know it's not the formula because you got 2 7-footers on the other side, but maybe it's time to see Tristan in there to get on those boards. We didn't see him. I thought maybe that might be the spot, though.
Never shall the two mingle. Except the one time they did, for reasons explained to absolutely no one. It becomes more. It becomes more and more perplexing with each game that passes. Of course, that was the game that Mo Harkless was out. Well, but no, it becomes more and more perplexing that they played. That Tristan Thompson played 4 minutes in that game. It's weird. But yeah, buddy. I mean, the more you look at it, it's like, man, there's not much more you could ask for from Buddy, Davion, Tyrese, Rashawn, Mo Harkless, and Harrison Barnes.
Now,
that wasn't like, I wasn't trying to be like a jerk with that, but seriously, like Buddy had 19, didn't turn the ball over, shot well, went to the free throw line. Davion shot well, moved the ball around, got to the foul line also. He had 18. Harrison, old steady hand like he always is. Rashawn, probably his toughest matchup on a year-to-year basis every time he has to play the Utah Jazz. Tyrese, his shot was all over the place. Maybe, if you don't want to scrutinize De'Aaron Fox anymore, maybe you go to Tyrese and hope that he can get a little bit more consistent with his shot. But you got a lot of production from everybody else, which, to the point that you made earlier in the week, I think that's what makes some of these losses that much more frustrating.
Yeah. The Kings so far this year, I was looking it up. What is this? Let me make sure I got it right. Yeah, they are.
Kenny Caraway is the only person we can hear looking something up.
They are 10th in the league in defensive rebounding and 15th in the league in rebounding overall. So statistically, it hasn't been a problem this year. But last night, it was a big
The Kings are 10th in the league
in defensive rebounding. So
wow,
not allowing offensive rebounds, basically 10th. Rebounds overall, they're 15th.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that.
They've done all right on the boards.
They've won.
Not even thinking about the numbers. They haven't. Last night probably stuck out because it's something we hadn't seen most of the time all year, is them getting beat up on the boards like that. So it kind of makes sense.
Well, that, and everyone who was watching remembers the Donovan play. It's just one of those plays you walk away from the game and you don't forget. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's
The thing about all of this, though, and I mentioned it, and I can't get away from it, because I when I get done saying this, I want to say something else about this situation. Is everything is good enough? They're just waiting for the guy to bring them home. They're waiting for De'Aaron. Everything is good. It's not perfect. It's not perfect at all. But when you rattle off the numbers from last night and some of the performances that we got out of Buddy and Harrison and Rashawn, it's good enough. The missing link is the guy that's supposed to bring you home, and that's De'Aaron Fox. And they're just waiting for that guy to show up. And I think when he picks it up a little bit, I think you can see this team really not gonna say catch fire or nothing like that, but things will fall into place a little bit more when that missing part of the puzzle gets together. Now, here's the other thing that I want to say regarding that. This may come off a little corny, may come off a little cheesy.
Oh my!
But I need all of Sacramento. I need all of the Golden One Center to wrap their arms around number 5 tonight.
Oh,
I'm talking about ovations. I'm talking about.
Oh, they gonna do that.
Yeah, I know they are. I'm just tapping back in with the.
They gonna
wrap our arms around our brother tonight, like we're Tyrese Halliburton. Okay, this is our guy. Like I said, people, I'm critical of what I think he should be right now, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but he's still our guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's still De'Aaron Fox. He's still number 5. You know what I'm saying? It's time to come on, man. Let's get it together, Fox. We got you. We're here. Ain't nobody turning their back on you. Let's go. Let's get it, Fox. Let's get it, baby. Come on.
We got it. I think the Golden One Center is absolutely going to do that. Again, it's important to remember Twitter's not a real place, and I know a lot of us live there during the games, and that's okay. I'm not saying that it's not. Just remember, it's not real. It's a fake place.
Wow.
It is an alternate universe for a lot of people, but the Golden One Center is real, and those Kings fans that kind of fill up that arena are real. And they're gonna show De'Aaron some love, and they're gonna, as you said, Tyrese Halliburton's note. We're gonna wrap our arms around De'Aaron Fox. They're gonna take the mentality that Luke Walton had, where not at all worried about anything pertaining to De'Aaron Fox. With that said, partner, I'm gonna need the Kings to win tonight.
Oh hell yeah!
And I'm gonna tell you this right now: that little performance that they had last Friday. That ain't going to be good enough. The way that they played last Friday was terrible. I know we didn't talk about it because we don't have a show Saturday. And I started drinking in the fourth quarter, and I certainly wasn't going to go on IG Live with how I felt when that game ended. But I just looked at it and thought, it's a win. Let's keep it moving. It's a win. Keep it moving. Let's see what they're able to do Sunday. The bad news is they lost Sunday, and now they lost Tuesday. Going back to Friday's game, against a team that even 4 days later, they still haven't, like, that's not a good basketball team. New Orleans is not a good basketball team. They're without Zion Williamson. The line from Shaquille O'Neal or Charles Barkley last night was a classic, talking about Zion Williamson looks like me and Shaq had a baby. Like, yeah, it's a hell of a line from Charles Barkley. And then you look at it and you go, well,
Man.
yeah.
Man.
So he gone. Ingram's got a hip contusion. Anytime I hear hip I get like squirmy because I think about our man Isaiah. So I'm not even remotely insinuating it's something like it's that bad. I'm just not confident that Brandon Ingram is going to play tonight. If he is, like, whatever. Even if Ingram plays, even if the dreaded Herbert Jones plays, you have to play better than you played Friday night. Friday night was not good enough. Because if you play like that, I feel like they're going to get you this time. If you leave the window open like you did on Friday, they might catch you. You can't get caught by the Pelicans right now. This 2-game losing streak can't turn into 3.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. They
I took your warm and fuzzy moment and blew it up there by demanding that they play better.
You have a warm and fuzzy moment, but it's also time to lock in Ant-Man style. All right, lock in. You know what I mean? You got another opportunity. It's the word of the season. Opportunity. You got to take advantage of it.
What happened to continuity? Continuity's out. Opportunity's in.
Continuity is still there.
Okay.
But so far, opportunity is the word of the season. All right.
All right.
Opportunity.
I like it.
You got one. You got to take advantage of it. Even like the worst teams in the NBA can get anybody at any point in time. But you're playing a team that's down possibly 2 of their best players. And you're not always going to get that opportunity. So you got to take advantage. You got to do it early. Don't give New Orleans any opportunity themselves to hang around and still win on the road, feel good about themselves. You know, if you can get them in a hole early, I think maybe they'll go away. But you got to get there first.
Yeah.
You got to get there. So there's that. There's two things that I wanted to touch on in the chatty house.
Okay.
Number one, Rob Starks says if De'Aaron was scoring more, the other players' numbers would be dropping. I know there's certain things that you can't prepare for. Like we talked about the other day, of De'Aaron scoring, maybe the defense is played different by the Jazz. That's I understand that thought process, but it's not like if De'Aaron scores, somebody else doesn't shoot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm just saying the shots that he's taking, if he makes them, everything else, for the most part, should stay the same. Now, and he doesn't have to even make a lot. Like he don't have to make 7 of them. Make 3 or 4 more.
Well, think about this too, and you tell me if this assessment is fair or not. I won't really speak to last night because I was watching Mo Harkless really close last night after our conversation, so I wasn't paying as much attention to this, but it was really glaring versus Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
The defense was geared towards Buddy.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't really know what the Dallas Mavericks were doing, you know, before Buddy came into the game. But when he did, their focus was on Buddy Hield. It wasn't on De'Aaron Fox. When those two were on the floor together, the focus of their defense wasn't on De'Aaron Fox.
No. I mean, and it's a point of emphasis, I think, you know, in that situation with Dallas. You know, De'Aaron in that situation, there should be a lot of one-on-ones. And they got a lot of open looks. Like, they got open looks last night, I thought. Utah's defense was a little better, but they had some looks, and sometimes they knocked them down. De'Aaron had some good looks, some good pull-ups or whatever the case may be, and it was just hit or miss. He missed a lot of layups and shots close around the basket in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to fight through it and get through that. The other thing, you put it up earlier, but I'll put it up again because I want to dissect what this means. It's Jill Adge, a girl, Jilly, not from Philly, says the Kings are 28th in the league in allowing second chance points. That is not good. So what that tells me is
17.4, by the way, appears to be the number. 17.4. Jesse was looking that up during.
Okay. What that tells me, unless I'm reading things wrong, and Jill and Will, they can help me out. They don't give up a lot of offensive rebounds because
they're damaging.
Yeah.
They're going to pay for it. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's got to be a point of emphasis. Last night was a little strange because you're facing a team that takes a lot of threes. There was a lot of long rebounds and things of that nature.
But that's the thing, though, KC. I'm sorry to do this again. It was a point of emphasis. Luke said it in a preseason game.
Yeah, but they're not doing a bad job of it. It's just when they do slip up, it's damaging. Like, that's the problem because maybe there's another way to equate this, but they're 10th in defensive rebounding. I guess you could look at opponents' offensive rebounds. We could look at that, but it doesn't seem like they're having that much trouble rebounding per se. But when they do, the other team seems to score like every time. And that's a problem.
Jill says they are making stops, but then shooting themselves in the foot and not getting the rebounds. It's never good to shoot yourself in the foot or the leg.
So at all. So
just don't shoot yourself.
That's what I'm saying. Not good to shoot yourself at all. Right now, they're 28th in opponents' offensive rebounds. So opponents are getting 12.6 offensive boards a night. So that's not good.
That's bad. Yeah, that was the original stat that she put out there. That is bad. Bad.
See, but clarification is what I need. Because 28th right now in offensive rebounds, to me, says two different things than points, second chance points. Does that make sense? because you can give up
because rebounds don't mean points.
So
except for the Kings, where it's clear offensive rebounds are resulting in points.
They just put the points on the board once they give up an offensive rebound.
Shoot, at this point, you might as well. After that Donovan Mitchell play last night, the scorekeepers were like, just forget it now. Just anytime a Kings opponent gets an offensive rebound, just tack them on for 2. Hell, every once in a while we'll make it 3. Who knows?
Yeah.
I had some other issues with last night too, just outside of shooting.
That's frustrating, man.
Like Mike Conley, like every NBA fan on the planet knows this, is one of the smartest players in the league. He saw a hole in the Kings' defensive strategy and exploited it. Possession after possession after possession after possession. And it was like, hey, anybody going to fix this? It was Mike Conley versus Rashawn Holmes like 4 times. And shout out to our guy, Rashawn Holmes. It probably not the matchup that you want out there if you're the Sacramento Kings, but they were running this pick and roll and switching every time. And it was Rashawn, Mike Conley 3, Rashawn, Mike Conley shooting, Rashawn, Mike Conley hit 6-3. Bruh, Mike Conley had 30 last night.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's not an accident that Jason Jones was taking shots at him on D'Lo and KC. He was taking shots at Memphis, Mike Conley, and I'm slightly kidding, but he mentioned De'Aaron can't be Mike Conley in Memphis. Well, we saw Mike Conley in Utah last night get to the tune of 30 points on 11 of 19 shooting and 6 of 9 from 3. And a lot of it was in key moments. A lot of it was when the Kings were in that game and you're like, yo, I mean, I think Mike Conley was the one who pushed the lead to, was it 191 or 101-91, something like that. And then the Kings made a big comeback, and I think it got to like 102, 101, and then it all went bad after that.
The individual defense on Mike Conley was not good. And I'll just leave it at that. Let you guys look at the YouTube if you want to. But the guy guarding Mike Conley was struggling last night.
Does his last name rhyme with Field?
No.
Or, well, shoot, it was Rashawn Holmes on at least 4 or 5 plays.
I'm looking at
I've got
highlights right now, and it's
no good. Okay, we'll come back.
What is this guy doing?
Oh, dear. We'll come back. We'll talk more. We'll get into the college football committee. I love this Kobe Bryant story as well. We'll touch on that and more Kings basketball. James Ham said to join us in about 35, 45 minutes. James Ham will be with us here to talk Kings basketball on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
You're always on my mind.
SWV?
No, that's a sample. That I think that song is SWV, but Young Blue featuring Chris Brown and 2 Chainz, Baddest. They use that sample.
Mike Conley. This is 4th quarter. Ooh. Okay.
I'm not trying to kill the guy. I'll tell the chat. De'Aaron Fox, some of this defense he was doing.
Because I'm looking at okay. So they switched. Yeah, they switched off of they went away from De'Aaron and went to Davion.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at, like, I pulled up Conley's clips. I'm like, what? Like, Davion's working. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Here's number 5.
De'Aaron, when he
they couldn't figure out what to do. It just went in successive clips. It just went De'Aaron, Davion, Tyrese, and Jesus. Now it's Buddy. Oh, everybody gets a shot. Buddy sets the pick. Now there's the switch. Rashawn is on. Oh gosh.
Tyrese got worked a couple times. Mo Harkless got worked once. But when I saw some of this stuff with Fox, it was. And I don't know. This is one of the things where I don't want to just be like Fox was terrible, because I don't know what the defensive game plan was, but I just didn't like his effort getting over these picks, trying to fight through these screens.
Yeah.
It wasn't good enough. Like, he was trailing and not working to get back in front. And once again, I don't know if that was that might have been how he was coached. You know, that might have been the defensive game plan. I don't know, but it didn't look good.
Oh, I vaguely remember seeing that.
Yeah, I didn't know what they were talking about. Name, are you going to the game on Friday?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm up in the air.
So did I. I had a air. I thought I had some help with the girls on Friday, and it turns out I don't. So I just don't like the idea of being on the air 4 hours, feeding them, and then running out the door for another 4.5.
Wow.
So yeah, I was actually looking. I don't know when the next game I'm going to is, but I think I'm gonna. And I really wanted to go to the Charlotte one, but I just don't think it's feasible for me. Where are you? I think Diana sent us that, didn't she? Dirty Diana. You'll never make me stay, so take your weight off of me. Is this it? Oh. Wow, this is not easily digestible at all.
What's good, man? And I ain't seen my mans in a minute, but yeah, we hadn't talked about that much today. Davion Mitchell was really good last night. Davion balled.
All right, I'll get this out the break. Okay. Oh, he wants to get into college football, so we can. You want to do that here?
Yeah.
I don't know where it's supposed to be. It doesn't matter. We just do it. Yeah, it is. It's here. Yeah, it's good. Hi, James. Sharpen your skates and get ready to perfect your triple axel. The downtown Sacramento ice rink is back. Celebrate opening day on Veterans Day, Thursday, November 11th, with $2 skating all day and free skating for veterans. In a season of special events all winter long, visit GoDowntownSac.com for details and take to the ice at the downtown Sacramento ice rink, presented by Dignity Health. You can watch the show here, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Going to the ice rink, Damien?
Oh, no, you will not catch a video of me falling flat on my face. I assure you that's not going to happen. While it always looks fun, I will not fall on my ass in front of that many people or my face. I will not fall, period, because I'll tear an ACL.
Oh, no.
Hey, give me a break. I was minding my own business on the treadmill the other day, and I'm my idea – 10-minute sprints or 10 minutes of sprints. That's my workout. Like it's 50-10, 50-10, 50-10. Got to do it 10 times. Like, yo, I'm feeling good. Let's go, baby. Let's go to 12. I got the wind. Like I'm going to go to 12 with the idea in my head. Get to 12. I'm really going to push to 15. Got to 12. I'm in that 12th one. Hamstring said, fam, you might want to stop. So I listened. I stopped. Got the little hypervolt, little foam roller. Nope, wasn't it. Got back on the treadmill. Nah, I'm washed. I'm done for the day. I'm out.
Yeah, man, that's that fourth and fifth gear that I talk about. I don't touch.
Yeah, that's no, it wasn't me. Ain't gonna be me. No, indeed.
Get in that fourth or fifth gear, man.
Maybe you going skating? You gonna fall? Cause I'll bring the phone.
Okay,
I'll bring the phone. Gonna hold on to Jazz.
Oh, I can skate.
Okay.
I skate pretty well. I want to do more.
I don't think I've ever ice skated. I don't think I have.
It's fairly simple.
It's just balance, right? It's core. It's core strength. Core.
Yeah. It's like I'm not gonna do nothing crazy out there. That's why I'm not gonna fall. You know
You're not going to perfect your triple axel, as the read just suggested. No, okay.
Go around and at my pace and at my speed and do that. I can skate relatively good ice skating and roller skating. I like to skate better as a roller skater. And when I say better, I mean like these roll bounce dudes. I love to do that, but I just kind of glide smooth. I bounce a little bit. Got a little flow to me. I like roller skating.
Okay, all right. Just to close out the topic on Mike Conley and the Kings defense on one Mike Conley, there's so in this program we use called Synergy, it has like what are you looking to see? I want to see Mike Conley. Okay, Mike Conley wants specific type of plays. Pick and roll ball handler, high pick and roll, shoot. It's all broken down. It's very detailed. Mike Conley, pick and roll ball handler, high pick and roll to the basket. 7 plays with Mike Conley touch, all in successive order, over and over and over again. And we're looking at it. You were alluding to some defense. Well, everybody was getting a turn at guarding Mike Conley. De'Aaron, Tyrese, Davion, Buddy, Rashawn, everybody was guarding Mike Conley at some point in that fourth quarter. And spoiler alert for those who missed it, it didn't work.
I thought in general, the guards, I know the conversation was the drop coverage of the center and Rashawn and all this other stuff. Yeah. I thought the guards did a terrible job of fighting through those picks. And like I said in the break, it's hard to say, I don't want to necessarily blame them because I don't know what the strategy was.
No, that's what I was just about to ask you. Like, because it doesn't look like they're trying to fight through. It looks like I'm looking at this one with Tyrese. Tyrese literally looks like he pops off. Like he gets hit, he pops off. Buddy switches with him. Now Buddy's guarding Mike Conley, and Tyrese was down there guarding someone else. Not as bad as when Buddy was guarding Rudy Gobert, but that's on the film too. That's there.
The thing that I see with that makes me look at the guards like, yo, you guys got to do better, is because they're in no man's land. Like, it's not a switch. It's not a trap. They're just kind of lazily trailing Conley. And man, I could be wrong, but that doesn't seem like anything anybody would.
That's not a strategy.
Like in that situation, you're either trapping or, there's a quick little help, or you making sure that there's no lob attempt or nothing like that. And the point guard hurries up to get back in front of Mike Conley in this particular situation. There was none of that going on. It was just like a lot of soft, lazy play to get back into the play by the guard that was in that situation a lot of the time. So
I've had many conversations with Doug Christie, and I've asked him many, many basketball related questions. I don't recall him ever saying, okay, here's what they're doing. They're going to set a pick here, and then the guy's just going to lazily follow around the ball handler, and that's how we're going to get the stop. I've never heard him say such a thing.
Yeah, so. that doesn't seem like the strategy, but
doesn't add up. And if it is, that's a bold one.
It's a
bold strategy, Cotton. Indeed. 916-349-1320. Our main man, Big Al. What's happening, buddy?
I'm with you, Mr. KC. I wanted to sing "Hail to the Losers" instead of "Hail to the Victors."
Wow,
after that disappointing. Well, I mean, come on, KC. If you watch that game, I mean, I thought Michigan would win it, and they just crumbled in that last part of the fourth.
Terrible.
And it's fantastic tackling, man. I mean, the kid's good kid, Michigan State. Man, he's good, but man, Michigan gets a lot of tackles if you rewatch the game. I watched the game, but man, that's not typical Michigan football on defensive side.
What do you want, Big Al?
What do I want? I want D'Lo to go in on this too. I want D'Lo and me. We're gonna go into you on the big game for charity, and I'll put some smack down. You and me smack down with your charity, my charity. In the Ohio State against Michigan. If you're ready for it in a few weeks, I'll call you up about that, and we'll go real. We'll go real.
How about this, Big Al? The loser buys 2 shirts that, is on DLOandKC.com or the dopeones.com, and the shirt that's going to charity. How about that? Loser buys
whatever.
2.
That's fine. Yeah, whatever you like.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So we got a few weeks to worry about that. We won't worry about that for a few weeks. And it is sad. I'm not going to talk after you said, well, we don't care about Lakers. That's fine. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the Kings. That was sad last night. I watched some of it. I mean, Gobert is a powerful rebounder, but man, to get outboarded by 19 like that's sad. That's sad.
Yeah, it's no good. We appreciate you, Big Al. Big Al, just sometimes Big Al calls, and I feel like he's already having the conversation. And then once we get to the phone, like he's like halfway through it, and he wanted to dive right in to Michigan, who was there were a couple of things we were right about yesterday, and a couple of things we were wrong with the first revealing of the college football playoff rankings. I personally love it. Notre Dame is at 10. You know what that means? It means you got no shot. You've got no shot to crack. That's what you've got to crack the top 4 into playing a meaningful game, get blown out, get embarrassed, and ruin a night of viewing of college football for everybody. So Notre Dame is out. I appreciate that. Michigan is at 7. Ohio State is at 5. That means you've got Michigan State versus Ohio State. We knew they were going to set it up in a way to where that game would mean a lot. Indeed, it does. Now you've got it set up to where Ohio State versus Michigan is going to mean a lot. And we've got the first, to my recollection, public acknowledgement that the ACC sucks and really shouldn't have an opportunity to compete in the college football playoff.
Okay.
Unless
There's
you
a few things going on here.
Generational quarterback who's only good in college. But never mind. Go ahead. Keep going.
That's ours.
Okay. Well, so far he's only good in college.
There's a few things going on here, and we'll work backwards here because you seem to be delighted that they're taking this stand with the ACC and saying that the ACC is garbage.
Team like Cincinnati. Give me a break. Nobody wants to watch Cincinnati.
We'll get there. We'll get there in just a second. You're jumping ahead. We'll get there in a second because I got some thoughts about that. But you talk about the ACC. What the hell are we doing with the Big 12? Why does Oklahoma always get this pass for this trash conference that has been trashed? They haven't played defense in about 25 years. And every time Oklahoma gets to the college football playoff, what the hell happens? You talk about Notre Dame.
Well,
what the hell happens to Oklahoma every time?
Well, they didn't get a pass this year. They're 8-0, and they're like, Yeah, you ain't getting up here. It's an 8-0 team. You got Oregon over them. You got Ohio State over them. Oklahoma didn't get a pass.
The seed is being planted. They shouldn't even be there. You talk about Notre Dame being in the back and not having a chance. Oklahoma should not have a chance.
I hear you. I don't know that they
do.
The
Big 12 is garbage, and it has been for a long time.
Why are you hollering at me? I believe I'm on Team KC.
You were parading around talking about the ACC.
They're terrible.
ACC better than the Big 12.
I don't care. They both suck. Let them play in the This Sucks Bowl. I don't care.
Which goes into my next point.
Okay.
ACC, Big 12.
Yeah.
Notre Dame. Yo, I don't care.
Okay.
You shouldn't be in this discussion. I don't care what you and Jesse say.
Oh my. Okay.
There's no reason Cincinnati should not be a part of this in a real way. Like, they're not making it. They're done. They're not making it. And what this tells me is ESPN, FS1, Big Noon Saturday. Don't you ever in your life, for the rest of eternity, try to promote or get me to watch a Cincinnati game or anybody that's not Alabama, Georgia. We'll throw Oklahoma in there because they try to throw them in there.
I'll make it easy for you.
If it's not those 4 or 5 teams, don't ever, we've got a big one here. It's not a big one. It's not. It's not. These other teams have no shot. They're playing for the beef jerky bowl.
Well, that's a prestigious bowl.
College football is weak.
Cap, this was the perfect setup. Georgia versus Alabama, or Georgia and Alabama 1 and 2, which plants the seeds of them both getting in. Oregon right in there. You got some Pac-12 representation.
They did get that right.
Now it's interesting because you got Michigan and Ohio State, and you got Michigan. That's all going to work itself out in time. Which your big passionate plea there about Oklahoma, they ain't getting in. Cincinnati is not one of the best 4 teams in the country. They're not getting in. Oregon's got to handle business. Pac-12 will have some representation. You'll have the Big Ten champion in there. And depending on what happens in the SEC, I mean, Cincinnati's not dead to rights. I don't want to see it, but they got a chance if Georgia beats Bama like you guys are insistent they're going to do, and which I personally think is funny.
That ain't happening. And quite honestly, nobody wants to. You talking about nobody wants to see Cincinnati?
Nobody wants to see Cincinnati.
Nobody wants to see Alabama.
Oh, that's
no,
cap.
nobody.
That's cap. Get out of here. Stop it.
Nobody is intrigued by Alabama. Nobody wants to see that.
They want to see Alabama lose.
Who cares? They've lost.
They'd rather watch Alabama lose than watch Cincinnati play.
That's cap. Well, look, I'll say this. This is a personal take here. I don't want to see Alabama. Okay. If the college football playoff,
you better be right about Georgia then.
If the college football playoff in any way includes an Alabama-Ohio State game, I'm not watching. Oh yeah,
let's go. Party at D'Lo's house. You invited to the crib?
Yeah, I'll catch you on the next.
What? Oh, that's cold. You cold piece of business.
Didn't they like the ratings like plummet last year for that national championship game?
Okay, don't be that guy. Ratings for all sports plummeted last year.
You're right. I'm just saying that.
But yeah, they were bad.
Nobody wants to see.
What was it last year? Was it Clemson? What was the game last year?
Alabama, Ohio State.
That was the national championship?
Yeah.
Damn. Oh, that's right. I picked Ohio State to win. More than half of the college football playoff top 25 is from 2 conferences. 7 from the SEC, 6 from the Big Ten. No other conference sent more than 3 teams to the rankings.
Hey, college football is weak, and I love college football, but it's weak.
Mississippi State is ranked in the top 25, and they have 3 losses.
Hey, college football is trash. This is the exact reason why the tournament is 10 times better than anything college football is putting together. This is garbage. This is garbage. And I promise you, I'm dead serious. I've missed college football playoffs games in the past. I have no problem saying if Ohio State and Alabama are playing, I'm not watching that.
That's okay. I'll watch it for the both of us. I will cover that 5-minute segment the next day on the show. Don't worry. I got you, buddy.
Georgia versus
you could take
Oklahoma.
That day off. Take that Tuesday off.
No, I ain't watching that. I'll watch Oregon because they got the West Coast in there. You know what I'm saying? I've been wanting the West Coast.
What do you got against Georgia, or you just don't want to watch Oklahoma?
I definitely don't want to watch Oklahoma.
You don't want to watch Oklahoma lose by 56?
I feel about Oklahoma the way you feel about Notre Dame. And I feel the same way about
That's fair. That's fair.
Oklahoma loses every time. Every time. They get smacked around all the time in the college football playoff because the Big 12 is garbage. That's the one thing about Oklahoma and Texas moving out of the Big 12 is just get rid of the Big 12.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm actually good with that. I'm fine.
Yeah,
they'll never do it.
They'll
never do it, but I'm good with that.
Yeah, it's trash, and college football playoff has the potential to be so much better than what it really is. And they don't care. I'm telling you, they really want a 2-loss Alabama team in there. Bad.
No, I don't think they want a 2-loss Alabama team in there, but I think the reason they put Alabama at number 2 was in case they beat Georgia. That way you can have the 1-loss Alabama team in there and the 1-loss Georgia team in there. Because you'll make the argument that Georgia was the best team in the country all year, and they lost to Alabama. So Alabama's now the best team in the country. And where do you put Georgia? Well, you could put them at – they won't – jeez.
They'll probably put them at 3.
I was trying to think of what would have – like how do you avoid it? I don't think they would want it in the championship. So you might do 4. Because then 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3?
No, I think they'd win it in a championship game.
You think so? Okay. I mean, I guess it depends on the game. If it's a fight, Like if it's a game of the century, yeah, then like they'd switch places. Georgia would be number 2, Alabama would be number 1.
Yeah.
Quick update.
Alabama. I'm out on Alabama though. I don't think I haven't watched an Alabama game all year. So it's the same thing every year. I'm out.
Brandon Ingram is questionable with a right hip contusion. And Herbert Jones, he's listed as out for the Pelicans tonight. Dalton Holmes and Zion Williamson, as everyone is well aware, they're out tonight too.
Still around though.
He's definitely still around. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Demi Barling. We appreciate you so much for being with us. It's the Kings and the Pelicans. Tonight, you mentioned Valanciunas, 10 of 14, 24 points, 13 rebounds before he fouled out Friday night against the Kings. So, in fact, yes, he's a problem. Herbert Jones had 12 points in that game before he, too, fouled out. I made the jokes about Herbert Jones. He really didn't do much against the Kings on Friday. He did score points. He wasn't on the glass. He wasn't doing much else. But I guess Brandon Ingram will be closer to a game-time decision.
Well, I mean, it's there for him. I'm saying
the team's 1-7, man. Like, come on. The team is 1-7. The Pelicans are the Pelicans are now in the class. They were in the class of the Kings, the Timberwolves, that group right there. Now they're in the class of the Rockets and the Thunder and those teams where it's like, hey, things don't go perfectly in the NBA on a night-to-night basis, but you've got to figure out a way to beat those teams, and probably more realistically, you have to figure out a way to beat those teams a lot more times than you don't. They're not going to go undefeated against those 3 teams. Timing is going to be everything. And the timing of this game tonight is very important for the Sacramento Kings. They've got a 2-game losing streak. You don't want this to turn into 3. They have an interesting schedule ahead. And I want to keep that as kindly worded as possible.
We don't have to dance around it, Damian. You know why? Because I thought about this. You know why? You know why we don't have to dance around this? Because when they have a tough stretch, people have no problem saying, "Oh, next 8 games are tough." They'll probably go 1-7
because like tough. Yes, because acknowledging how good a team is can't bite you in the butt. When you acknowledge how bad the team is, it stings a little bit more when you lose 99-97.
The other thing about this is us acknowledging or saying anything has no bearing on any of it.
Oh, that's not true. That's cap. That's not how being a fan works. Like, what about the guy who's worn the same D'Lo and Casey t-shirt every Kings win? Like, that's important.
He counts,
see,
that's stuff doesn't count.
Okay, all right.
With humble hearts, they're coming up on a stretch where they can get themselves right. Let's just say that much. Just say that much. But we all know just having the schedule alone doesn't do it. They've got to go out and execute it. But as much as we've been frustrated with the start of the schedule and the teams that they've had to play, there's a little opening here. All right. They got to take advantage of it. Once again, it is what? An opportunity.
Opportunity's knocking, man. Let me in.
I'll give you the specific number, but
thank you.
It opens.
Okay. It's a big game tonight, and that's so weird to say against the 1-7 team. And like we're talking like the Kings are, they're 10-1 right now. You don't want to lose to a team that's not playing well. No, they're 3-4, but the Kings are better than the Pelicans. We talked about this on Friday. We talked about this on length on Friday when you weren't here. The Kings are better. If I'm going to stand by, my remarks of this team is different. They're significantly better than they have been. That in recent years, they're significantly better than they were last year. You've got to win this game tonight because this is like, hey, it's tough losing to Utah. It's tough losing to Golden State. The one that I think we might be, and I've been wrong on this team many times. We might be, really, really frustrated over in 10, 15 games is going to be the Dallas one. Because Dallas, I can't make heads or tails of. Like I don't think Dallas is good.
Yeah,
and again, I could very well be wrong. I don't feel like Dallas is good. Utah's good.
Yeah,
They're going to remain good. The Golden State Warriors, same thing. Dallas though, not so much. And I think that's one. If the Kings can kind of get things going over this upcoming stretch, and I think the Mavericks one will be like, damn, we've got to make sure we get that one back the next time we play them.
Yeah.
And I read that the Kings were undefeated when Marvin Bagley played. So maybe that's the answer. Kenny sent me that a message that said the Kings don't lose when Marvin Bagley plays.
They said the Kings don't lose to the Mavericks when Marvin's playing.
So
that's what I heard.
Has anybody shared that with Luke? Does he know? Has he been made aware of this statistical fact?
Yeah, man. They when you talk about they should beat a team, me and Deuce talking about last week. You agree? Everybody agree. There's talent all around the league. Even what's going on in New Orleans right now without Ingram, they still got some talented ball players on there. I like Hart. I like my man out of Alabama, the rookie they had last year, Lewis, Jackson Hayes, Valanciunas. Like there's good ball players on the team, so they can get things going at any time. But when you talk about they should beat somebody or it's tough or whatever, generally, I'll speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but you're talking about when the Kings play at their best or close to it, and the Pelicans play at their best or close to it. The Kings' best should be better than the Pelicans' best. If the Kings don't play well, sure, they can lose to McClatchy High School, right? But if they're playing at their best or close to it, their best is better than the Pelicans' best. And that's all that is when people say they should win or anything like that. They should win tonight. They play the way they're supposed to. They should win tonight.
Ingram's having a really good start to the season. Like Brandon Ingram's playing really, really well. But it's not translating to wins for the New Orleans Pelicans.
They've had some close games too. New Orleans isn't getting
one against the Kings was close. Yeah, the one against the Kings was close.
I think
I didn't watch it. You said they blew the lead last night, so obviously they've been in position to win games.
Yeah, they were 20 last night.
Which is why I'm saying the way that the Kings played on Friday, that ain't gonna do it. Tomorrow's gonna be a sad day if the Kings play like they did on Friday. James Ham set to join us next, actually. At least coming up in the next. James, it's James' show. He kind of just jumps on when he's ready. He'll be with us sometime within the next 15 minutes, and he'll spend some time with us before he heads out to the G1C. So we'll talk more Kings basketball. Hey, a World Series concluded last night, and a wide receiver was sent home today. Two very different stories. Very compelling. That's next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
13th round, your main man Kenny Caraway, and it's Canelo Plant Week. We got to talk about that as the week goes along. But I got to take the opportunity to address something that took place last week, then got some more legs this week. Two matches that are on the docket now that are actually pretty damn good. Number one, Tank versus Rolly is off. Rolly Romero, who looked like a complete clown in the press conference, well, comes out he is a real clown, as he is accused by multiple women of sexual assault on a number of different occasions. Not good. Showtime PBC said, you're out of here, bro. We're not dealing with you in this fight. They replaced him with Isaac Cruz. This is going to be a big fight, action-packed fight. I think Tank takes him out, but Cruz is a better fighter than Rolly. So it's a step up in competition, and they're both going to be going for the knockout. I think Gervonta is just too quick, too powerful, too talented for a guy like Isaac Cruz, but that's a good fight. On the flip side, since Jojo Diaz wasn't able to fight Ryan Garcia, who had to pull out because of a broken hand, in steps Devin Haney. And now that fight is official. Devin Haney versus Jojo Diaz. That's going to be a big-time fight. I said a number of different times, I think at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, 5-6 years from now, Devin Haney's going to be a top 5 pound-for-pound fighter. I think he takes on JoJo Diaz and handles him with supreme boxing skills. But this is his first big step up I feel, on a championship level. So it's going to be a great fight. I can't wait to see that. Once again, I think Devin takes care of JoJo. I think Tank takes care of Isaac Cruz. But in December, we've got back-to-back weeks of some damn good fights, and I can't wait for it personally. Let's go, baby. It's the 13th round. Hold on 1 second, guys. No, he wasn't getting in trouble. He's good. I just didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Luca.
That's random.
That is random. I'm gonna have to think about that. That's a good question.
I mean, Harden Harden is at the top of that list for me. Like it's stupid at this point. Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube as well. It's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you ever want to watch along with the show, if you ever want to wonder what we're laughing at a time or two, you can come check us out. If you want to see little Reese waving at us here as we do the show, you could see that on Twitch and YouTube. Also, go check us out. Even if you can't do it right now, go check us out later. Become a subscriber. Hit the thumbs up if you're watching. If you're watching right now, 2:00 in the morning, hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button. We've got you covered for Kings coverage. James Ham set to join us here, 1320 Kings Insider, in just a heartbeat. The Atlanta Braves won the World Series last night.
Congratulations for them. You know what? I will give them air horns. They won a championship.
They won a real championship, too, in which...
they get air. That's why they get air horns.
Okay, there you go. All right.
When you win a real championship, you got to get the air horns. Hence why I didn't have any last year, because that wasn't the real championship.
That was not the real championship.
Hey, look, man. If the Giants couldn't win the World Series, I'm just glad the Dodgers didn't win.
I got you. It's understandable. Vengeful rooting. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's what it comes down to.
Atlanta hit 23 home runs in the postseason.
Wow.
That's fun. Like, yeah, that's pretty nasty.
That Soler home run. I don't know if you caught it yesterday. I wanted to watch Heat versus Mavericks, but I said, yeah, it's the World Series, man. It could be a clincher. So World Series got my attention early on. And Soler with that home run, I think in the second inning, the 3-1 bomb on a 3-2 pitch. Man, that was epic. That was epic. Ended up winning the MVP. of the World Series. Big ups to him, man. And big ups to Atlanta. You know our girl Elle Duncan?
Oh, she's a blast.
Yeah,
She's a blast.
I saw her last night on Instagram, and she just talked. She was in tears and just talked about.
I thought that was a bit, like, because you know the way she does her videos. I thought like we were gonna get hit with a big punchline, and the punchline never came. Like she was really emotional over it.
She's like, the city needed this. We get, all these. She didn't say these words specifically, but all these choking moments off our back. They brought us a world championship. I'm gonna go and celebrate because this is
y'all. Georgia had one of the biggest victories in history last November, right? But I mean, like, it's cool. Like, I guess I kept waiting for her to. I kept waiting for the punchline, and I'm watching it. I was like, she is really selling this. And then the video ends. I was like, oh, she was really emotional. Like, oh wow. And then I was thinking, I want that feeling. Like, I want to feel like that when my team wins something.
Right?
Like,
I don't think you could ever feel that way, Damien. Maybe about the Kings. Maybe, but I don't think you have the ties to a team that way.
I don't think I mean, the only team it would be is the Kings. It wouldn't be anybody else. The only team it would be is the Kings.
But I guess Atlanta has since '95. I don't think they've won any type of championship, and they've had a lot of epic collapses.
Well, the Braves have been to 1 billion postseasons and haven't been able to win anything.
Although it has slowed down since '95. And then they went to the World Series in '99. Like in the '90s, they went like every year to the postseason. It slowed down a little bit. Like, I don't have it in front of me, but
it's like 16 total times since '96.
Well, that's a good amount. I thought.
How many years is that? 24. That's 16 times in 24 years.
I thought it was single digits. That's a lot more than I realized. So yeah. That's pretty big time.
But they won the World Series though, didn't they?
They won
the World Series in '95. So the streak started the next year.
Right. Which technically it's not like a Fugazi Dodgers championship, but that was a strike shortened season in '95. I think they played strike shortened.
That's right.
I think they played like 140 games or something like that year. Full playoffs. Wasn't neutral.
60.
No, definitely wasn't 60, and it wasn't no neutral game playoffs. I know that. They had to travel. They went to other home stadiums. I mean, that's a real championship. A lot more real than we saw in Arlington last year. Garbage.
Question, Mr. Caraway?
Yes, sir.
Now that this World Series is over, the Atlanta Braves have won. Now we're headed into the next year. Do we still have vengeful remarks about last year's World Series, or that's like dead?
What you mean?
Do we keep telling jokes about the Dodgers World Series? And by we, I mean you.
Hell yeah. Okay. Once again, do we keep telling jokes? You tell me.
You tell me. You tell me.
Okay. They want a AAU tournament. They're gonna live with that forever. They're gonna live with that for life until they actually win a real one. And we still gonna bring that up. Real quick. On baseball, before we get away from it, I have to say, I feel terrible for Dusty Baker. I feel about as bad as I can feel for a guy in sports, for Dusty Baker. And once again, man,
that's tough.
A baseball lifer who just wants it one time to be able to hoist that trophy up, man. And he's been so close so many times. Feel terrible for Dusty.
Yeah. That's tough. That's our guy, as is 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham, most definitely our guy. James, we appreciate you for being with us. How you doing, my friend?
Good. You brought up Dusty Baker there, and Sean Cunningham told a really incredible story about Dusty Baker when he was a kid on the podcast last week. And he said he went to a car dealership. He was like the last one in line. And all he had was a ratty baseball because Sean grew up a poor kid, which he talks about. And they were out of pennants. And Dusty looked at the ball and was like, "Is this what you want me to sign?" He's like, "That's all I got." And he went over and found a banner thing that had been like someone had misspelled on, and he crossed out the stuff and covered it up and then wrote to Sean and just it changed changed Sean's point of view on baseball and on fandom and celebrities. Yeah, just really good stuff.
But there's more to the story.
Yeah, there is more. He asked them why they let Will Clark go, and Dusty said, "Well, what would happen if you went over and asked your mom for $100 right now?" And he goes, "Well, she's not going to give that to me. She doesn't have that." And he goes, "That's why Will Clark isn't with us anymore."
I love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
absolutely
story.
love
It's
that.
a great story. Yeah, not to steal Sean's story, but yeah, it's a great story. But
It's on episode 1 of the King's Beat. So
yeah, it's
you
on
can
episode
go
1 of the
check that.
King's Beat podcast. Yeah,
It's
so
really good.
Dusty Baker, just real quick to finish that thought. I mean, a baseball lifer, one of the best baseball managers I've ever seen in my life, and he's done it in numerous different situations, and he just won it one time to get that. And it's not over. He's still going to be the manager, and maybe they have a chance next year, but that team is going to change as well. Carlos Correa, he's going to be gone. And maybe some other guys. This might have been his best chance ever. And I just feel bad for Dusty. Is there somebody in the NBA that you feel that way about? Like, I just want him to win one time because he's seen it all. He's done it. He deserves an opportunity to win.
yeah, that's a good question. I'll say this too, just to finish up on Dusty. Like, if you grew up in this area, like I did, I was born in Sacramento. I grew up in Grass Valley. Like, the good kids that the kids that were the stars on the baseball diamond, all of them like they all went to Dusty Baker camp. Like, it was like that was the thing in Sacramento. If you were really good, your parents would shell out and you got to go to Dusty Baker camp. And so, like, his imprint on the Sacramento baseball scene is so tremendous. Guys, I'm sure guys like Greg Vaughn grew up seeing him, and just like so many people. So just a huge influence in Sacramento. When it comes to like the guys that you just wish would win one, like Chris Paul just got to the top of the mountain and didn't get over the top. He's one guy, but I've never been a huge fan. So he's not like someone that you openly like hope good things for on a basketball court. But like I think it's cool that some of these guys, like, again, Mitch Richmond plays 8 seasons in Sacramento in total obscurity. They make the playoffs at one time in his entire tenure. He's literally the second best shooting guard in the league, according to Michael Jordan. While I hate that he won it with the Lakers, the fact that he snuck one in at the end, that was cool. The fact that Karl Malone tried to sneak one in and didn't get there, I thought that was cool as well. So, good things happen to good people, bad things, well,
not so much.
Yeah. So, I don't have someone that you're just like absolutely pulling for. And if there was, it would be a guy who was on one team his whole career, like the Dirk Nowitzki thing, the John Stockton thing. Those are the guys that I think that you should pull for. The guys that like stuck it out. Like,
come on, Russell Westbrook. Like, the answer is Russell Westbrook. Like, come on.
So look, I feel the same way as Damian does. Like, I want to see Russ win one. Like, I do. And I kind of hope he gets traded again because I don't want it to be with the Lakers. Although, knowing Russ, knowing the dynamics of LA, I mean, that would be, nobody likes it out here. Okay, Lake Show, all that other stuff. That would be a great story for him to come back home and win one in LA. That would be great. But we're missing one that I just thought about. That's never going to happen, but I think we're all in agreement. Rick Adelman is like the Dusty Baker of.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And
it wasn't just what he did here in Sacramento. I mean, what he did in Portland was incredible. The fact that they made it to the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals a couple of times, right?
Portland. Yeah, he was. With Portland
with those
twice.
incredible teams of Terry Porter and Clyde Drexler and Duckworth and Cliff Robinson, Livingston, like Buck Williams. Like a bunch of players from that team have passed away, unfortunately. Just kind of a weird anomaly from that era of basketball. But he had such a great run in Sacramento after a really bad run in Golden State. People forget he was in Golden State for like a blink of an eye.
Mhm.
But then what he did in Houston, to me, is always something that just really did not get enough credit. He won, I think it was 21 straight, and like 11 games in, Yao Ming went down, and like 12 games in, Tracy McGrady went down, and they just kept winning. And that it was a staple of a Rick Adelman team, the next man up mentality. It's something that I've never seen another coach have so much success with. When one guy goes down, the next guy who steps up is going to fill a role, and they're going to keep rolling. And he did it so well here in Sacramento. The Kings were so good without Chris Webber during the time when he blew out his knee. But it was always, who is going to step in, who's going to help out. And Rick Adelman had a knack for not just having, he had the players for sure, which was Jeff Petrie, but also the knack for empowering guys to take that next step in their game and have the other guys around support and raise their games up to make up for whatever was lost. So I think he was just a genius of a coach.
1320 Kings insider James Ham with us here. James, another close loss last night. Another tough one. And another rough night for De'Aaron Fox. At some point, they've got to get these close games, don't they, against these good teams?
Yeah, I think it's so interesting because the one thing that we knew about Fox last season was when the chips were down in the fourth quarter, he just performed so incredibly well. I mean, he was like one of the league leaders in points in the fourth quarter, right? And just his ability to pick it up there and to close out games, or to keep the Kings in games, or climb back in games, it was elite. And so what we're seeing here is that one ingredient that you're missing is kind of all on one guy. You're waiting for him to be your closer. So I'll bring up a closer. It kind of feels like, when you have a baseball team and you go through like a 3 or 4 game stretch where your closer just gets hit, and he's incredible, he's great. But instead of the baseball analogy, while I'll end it there, is because a guy like Blake Trinan, who was so incredibly good for the A's, he had like a .74 ERA one season, and he was just lights out every single time. The next season he came out and he couldn't get anybody out. He was just a mess from the opening. And that's the difference with a baseball closer. Like those guys, it's almost like every other year closers have a good year, or every other year good relievers, can have a down season. This, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense outside of the fact that his shot isn't falling. Teams just are backing off him and saying, okay, if you can't shoot, then we're just going to crowd the lane and you can't get through us. And so he's not getting foul calls. He looks like he's pressing. The 0 for 9 start was pretty brutal. But at the end of the day, this team will only go as far as he can carry you. And people can say, well, they're deep, they have more talent. All of that is true. This team is built around that guy. And when that guy is down, you're going to have a tough time winning consistently. And realistically, I'm not saying that, they can't be a good team all the way through the season. I'm just saying that if they're going to take a leap, he has to be right. And so you got to ride this thing out, and everybody is being supportive. Everybody is on board. Tyrese Halliburton said, like, look, I think it's totally overblown. It's not overblown. I mean, it's not. I think he's had one good game that I would point to out of the first 7, and it was the first game. But at some point, he's got to start hitting his shots and opening everything up for everyone else. And when that happens, I think the Kings are going to be really, really difficult to beat, because overall they're showing a lot of good stuff. It's just that one missing ingredient that's kind of out there. I mean, we can't even talk about Terrence Davis and his struggles until you get De'Aaron Fox right. And once he's right, I expect this team to be really exciting to watch.
Terrence Davis ain't struggling no more.
The classic Luke Walton, I want to see if we can get this win maneuver, is to go to an 8-man rotation and to just cut out the like 12 minutes
Fluff.
that
Yeah.
from somebody that maybe is struggling, and like, look, maybe he gets his shot tonight. Maybe he gets more of a shot tonight to really shine.
He's
And
gonna have
so,
to, isn't he? I mean,
yeah,
he can't run 8 again tonight.
no, you can't run 8 on the second night of a back-to-back. But I mean, look at what Pelicans are rolling in. Herbert Jones hit his head last night, and he's out with a concussion. Brandon Ingram is questionable. I would say there's a 50-50 chance he'll play, but there's a pretty good chance. But no Zion. Like, this is a game you got to get. And Rashawn Holmes is not even on the injured list after last night's, near catastrophic holy cow moment. I just could not believe watching him come back out from the tunnel and like, oh, there he is. Like, he looked like he was in some pain, but he was ready. He kept playing.
As Dr. Holmes said on Twitter last night, he's a warrior. All right, and they got to worry about it. He's a warrior, and he showed that last night. I want to go back to something you said just a second ago, though, James, and I have the same outlook about what's going on with this team right now. No, I don't think anybody's really playing perfect, aside from maybe Harrison. But
yeah,
because he's perfect. Yes.
Yeah, but everybody is doing okay, and like you said, the missing link is the guy that I like to call the straw that stirs the drink, and I think I'm very confident he'll play better. Like he'll get, close to his averages or anything like that. But in your mind, is it that simple that everybody is kind of doing? I say this all the time. Everybody's kind of doing what they need you to do to get you to the point. And once you get to that point, your closer's got to bring you home. And the closer hasn't brought him home. It's as simple as that. The closer's not there. He hasn't been able to bring him home. And once he can snap out of what's going on, is it as simple as like, this team can, I don't want to say catch fire. That seems like an exaggeration, but they can start to really find out who they really are.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I think it is that simple. Like, maybe it's not. I mean, I think this team is still going to have like the ebbs and flows of a season. But you can drive an 8-cylinder car with a bad spark plug wire or a blown spark plug. You can drive on 7 cylinders. You can hear it. You can hear the missing cylinder. But and it doesn't have the juice when you want to go climb a hill and you want to put your foot to the floor. You can hear it misfiring. That's what it kind of looks like to me right now. It's just like the second you get whatever that one spark plug is, now you're ready to roll. And I think that, he's a guy that he wants it so bad that like people might not understand that about him because he is kind of flipping in his answers and he's just kind of laid back and he's a little different. But he wants it. And he also, I know for a fact that the weight of the contract is on him. He feels it. And so that's another aspect to this that I think is just kind of missed. But also, like, there are a lot of new pieces here, and a lot of guys look like they're kind of searching a little bit. And it's the veteran guys that aren't searching that are succeeding for this team. And while Fox is in his 5th NBA season, you mess with a lot of the pieces that help him. And I just think that there's going to be a moment where it's just like, okay, the first shot goes down, the second shot goes down. Now let's see what we got. And we're going to see him just explode. And I don't buy into he gained too much weight. I don't buy, that he bulked up too much, that he's not as quick. I just think that every team in the league is going underneath the screen and they're saying, go ahead and beat us. And if you can't show us that you can hit it, then, we're just going to keep staying out here. It's kind of like the old Mike Conley thing. Mike Conley used to be able to do the same thing because he wasn't a 3-point shooter early in his career. Now, what we saw against Utah, where the Kings just let him shoot, that was not by design. Luke Walton was so angry about the defense on Conley on the 3-point line. Mm-hmm. But that's what, he made them pay with what teams are trying to do with Fox. And the difference is that Fox missed his first 9 shots and Conley scored 30 because he hit all those threes. And that's realistically, that's the difference in that game. If Fox starts hitting his shots, the Kings, like, I'm shocked to say that the Kings could have easily beat the Jazz. They've hung in against what is probably the most difficult team in the league to defend, and they hung in 2 games this season and lost down the stretch when they systematically destroy you, like every Utah Jazz team has for the last 4 decades.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any injury at all
to Fox?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think in the second game of the season, was that when they played Utah?
Yep.
Gobert got him hard on the back of his left shoulder. But Fox is a guy that will wear like KT tape and stuff like that. So there's nothing there. Like, he's not wearing anything. And we're watching him shoot. We watch him shoot in practice all the time. He's not a guy who's going to hit 90 out of 100 3-point shooter with no one on him. But he's a good 3-point shooter. He's got a clean stroke. It's just not falling. And again, I think it's just that 1 or 2 shots go down. It's the same thing that we've always said about Terrence Davis. If the first shot goes in, look out. Terrence Davis is going to torch you. If the first shot doesn't go in, then you really have to gauge how much of a leash you're going to give him, whether you're going to let him play 2 or 3 minutes or you're going to pull him out quickly and say, okay, let's try this again later. But with Fox, I just think that it opens up everything else in his game. The spacing on the floor changes the second he starts hitting those open shots, just like the spacing on the floor opens up the second that Mo Harkless starts hitting shots. I think it's a lot of these guys have to start hitting at the same time, and we haven't really seen that.
KC, real quick, we're going to come back. We're going to talk more with James Ham, Kings Insider James Ham, before he hits the road and starts heading to the Golden One Center. This is some big news, though, from The Athletic. Buster Posey will announce his retirement tomorrow.
Yeah.
KC, that's your man's. You need a moment?
You want to
you need an Al Duncan moment?
Hey, Buster Posey has given myself and all Giants fans more than we could have dreamed of. 3, I'm a big believer that the 3 championships, maybe not even one of them, happens without Buster Posey. So, man,
Hall of Famer.
Oh, but he, well, that's questionable. That's debatable.
It is.
But he's a Giants Hall of Famer for sure.
This is baseball. He's clean. He's good. He's a Hall of Famer. That's how baseball works now. But Buster Posey will announce his retirement, this according to The Athletic, tomorrow. James Ham's going to come back. He'll talk more. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings, the game last night. We'll talk more about De'Aaron Fox, and we'll talk more about the game tonight versus the Pelicans next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right.
Boy, that's a shocker.
Right.
Yeah. Rob W. and John Bull, you guys know how to wear a joke out. To the point.
What happened?
They're on this whole kick of everything is De'Aaron Fox's fault, like mocking people who say that. And they're like, so anything that said it's raining outside, or if De'Aaron Fox played better, it wouldn't rain. But they've done
if De'Aaron Fox was playing better, Buster Posey would still be playing next year.
If he would have done that for the first time right there, it'd probably be funny. But they've said that about everything 90 times for the last.
Well, let them wear the joke out. That's you gotta learn to go to a different tab and just let the chat rock.
I mean, when I heard it the first 5 times, I chuckled. Now it's like, geez, we're still.
Oh, Mrs. Mac 10 got something in the mail today.
Mac 10 is the Lick West Side.
Mrs. Mac 10 got something in the mail today.
Hey.
Now that I think about it, James, you should be getting something in the mail today too.
Oh, today. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, if Mrs. Mac 10 got hers, I gotta imagine you
That's
got
funny.
yours.
Yeah, John Bull is gonna wear out that joke because he still has this "Let's Go" gift that he.
Oh my God!
Like, he uses it for every
He
occasion.
loves that gif. I started texting him before exchanging messages. It'll just say, "Let's go," kid jumping around on playground.
Yeah. There you go. They're telling me that today in the mail I'm getting drugs. That's what I'm getting from you. It's drug, James. It's drugs. Yeah. I think I read that right, Kyle G. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, Yeah, I can't believe Buster's gonna. Well, I mean, good for Buster Posey. I mean, they have triplets at home, so
Yeah.
like that's life changing. That's life altering, and so
How
you
old is
gotta
Buster? I feel like he's been in the league for a long time.
33,
Oh
34.
wow, really?
Yeah,
Oh wow.
he could have played a few more years.
Yeah. 34. Doesn't turn 35 till oh, he definitely. But that catcher position is tough though. He might be 34. His knees might be 49.
Well, plus he had that ankle injury. You
Yeah.
get the game changing where they changed all the rules, the Buster Posey rules.
Oh yeah, gosh.
Mm-hmm.
That was the right call though. And yes.
Yeah. I kind of like what they're doing. I did not like guys getting run over at home plate. I just didn't understand it.
Yeah.
Because then it made you want to get every catching prospect that got to AAA and started hitting. Then you couldn't use him as a catcher anymore. So, well, that and catchers got bigger. Like, man, I'm not going in strong against the A's catcher. That kid is huge.
Yeah.
Sean Murphy is huge. I'm not going anywhere near that guy. So, and it always goes back to the Ray Fosse incident. How in the world did they change it now as opposed to when Ray Fosse got plowed by Pete Rose and
violent, so violent.
Actually, I have a picture of that up on my wall up above us.
So, you should see James Ham's setup. James' setup is legit. He texts me like, today? You sound great. Okay. Yeah, you always sound great. Yeah. Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, you got to see the picture. I got like little soundboards and everything.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. I'll keep building on it.
That's what I kept doing. Kept building. I was like, I need another room for this.
Yeah. I know my wife's like, maybe we need to wall in the bar. And I'm like,
Kenny about to get thrown out of his house.
I don't know where I'm going when the parts get done.
Hang on. Back here with ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham. It's another game day for your Sacramento Kings. Of course, they lost a close one to the Utah Jazz, and that has been the story of the season. Play good enough to be in it late, but not quite be able to finish it. Outside of De'Aaron, De'Aaron's going to get a brunt of the criticism, obviously going scoreless in the first half. Did you see, I know it felt like, Kenny mentioned the fourth quarter. I saw it a lot in the first half. De'Aaron was like hanging out in the corner during the offense, and there must have been 3 or 4 consecutive plays where he's just in the corner, nothing happening. Like what is Luke's game plan there? Like what part of the offense is that where De'Aaron is just completely not involved in it?
Well, I mean, he's still involved by standing in the corner. He's pulling his man out to the corner. And opening the spacing. I assume when you saw that, it was like Halliburton's time to run the offense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So when you're doing that, what you need to do is you need to space the floor because Halliburton gets in a lot of 2-man game action with Rashawn Holmes. And so they're coming out and working a 2-man game. So you'll see those two will work a 2-man game. And then you'll also see Fox and Harrison Barnes work the 2-man game, which is just like I think it's comfort level stuff. Fox, I mean, he can throw a lob, but he isn't known as a lob man, where Halliburton throws like the cleanest lob ever. You kind of wish that you got to see a guy like Willie Cauley-Stein that could catch and finish like above the rim all over the place with a guy like Halliburton as well. And then, so what you need is for him to space the floor. It's why Halliburton is usually standing in the corner while Fox has the ball. It's just a different corner most of the time because, of course, Fox usually attacks from the left where Halliburton usually attacks from the right.
That makes sense. I talked about it earlier. I don't know. Halliburton is a great ball handler as well and creative for others and things of that nature. I like to see Fox with the ball, man. You know what I mean? I want to see, especially late in games like that. And I know it's not like Halliburton is incapable, but I don't like seeing De'Aaron Fox just hanging out in the corner because he's like, yeah, the guy draws out to him a little bit, but going back to what we talked about earlier, they're not going to be going out that deep with him into the corner because nobody's really respecting the shot. In certain aspects, I feel like they will respect Halliburton's shot a little bit more than De'Aaron Fox's. So I don't know, James. I just want to see him with the ball more, making decisions in that situation. And when he does, Halliburton, maybe there's a different role for him than just standing in the corner. I don't know. I feel like they're trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out. We're all trying to figure out what to do with these guys late in games. But I want De'Aaron Fox with the ball more late in games.
So what both of you are saying is that nobody puts De'Aaron Fox in the corner.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
That's
there
a
we go.
reference.
That's what we're getting at here. So look, I think what we're seeing, number one, I'm going to go back to the fact that when Fox is at the top of the key right now, teams are just collapsing everything. They're just completely collapsing the lane. And so he can't run in there and do damage, right? And so it completely disrupts the flow of the offense. And if Fox is having one of those games where he's off, like you just can't give up a game because he's missing. You have to let other guys kind of figure out what they're doing. And I think like Davion is a guy that's like, all right, like, look, I don't care. I'm going to run in there against Gobert or Whiteside. I don't know any better at this point, where a lot of the other guys clearly knew better. They would get in the key and then be like, okay, where am I going to go now? But I think the other thing I'll add is that right now we're in like the first, 10 games of the season and preseason, you're still building out your offense. So as you're going to see like this homestand, they're going to have plenty of practice time and stuff. You're going to see new wrinkles to the offense. So right now it's stand in the corner, but there's going to come a point where Fox makes a quick back cut, which will shift the defense. And then you're going to start seeing plays off of that. So it's the counter to the counter to the counter. I just don't think we're quite to the counter to the counter to the counter yet, because too many new pieces, too many new players learning the offense. So right now you have base packages, and then we're going to see those base packages expand as the season goes on. That's usually what happens.
And that's good clarification, because maybe that's what I'm looking for, and we're not there yet, right? Like,
Yeah.
but then I want to see. I don't want to see them just standing there. You know what I mean? Like maybe a back cut or a back screen, whatever the case may be, in action off of that. But like to your point, it'll come. We're just not to that point yet with this group.
Well, yeah. And I mean, also look at we talked about Halliburton and Rashawn Holmes in the 2-man game. I mean, there's a lot you can say about the other two guys that they're using at that center position.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of them can do what Rashawn Holmes can do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not even the same player type. Right. So, again, Alex Len is working on his little Rashawn Holmes push shot, and Tristan Thompson likes to bully his way to the basket down there, but you don't have another lob guy. So again, I think they're trying to figure out like the layers to the onion here, because I could make an argument that if Rashawn Holmes weren't going to play, that I would almost rather see a guy like Damian Jones, who is a lob guy, who is a pick and roll guy, in the game, before I would see, say, Marvin Bagley, because Marvin, again, isn't a prototypical role guy. He's more of a back to basket guy on the left side. And so, there's a lot of dynamics here in play. Even Chimezie Metu is a guy that he's really good in the pick and roll. He can shoot the three, but he also likes to elevate and hammer balls down on top of people in the pick and roll. And so I think that there's just, we always talk about this, and I think people they're like, oh, number one, it's an excuse that they just haven't had enough time together. But it's also, look, you need to figure out the finer nuances of every single player and how they fit into the puzzle. And if the Kings had, even like, I could see at a certain point this season where maybe Mo Harkless is in a 2-man game with a guy like Halliburton, because he does have that length and athleticism, then maybe he could be a role guy when, you do certain sets. I think there's just a lot of things that still need to be sort of ironed out here in the offensive sets and the defensive sets. And, I'll point to this. The Kings are, I think I read this morning, they're number 3 in the league in pace. Like, they're doing what people want. It's a fun style of basketball. They're moving up and down the court. Their defense is better. It's not spectacular, but it's way better. They're playing a brand of basketball that I think is sustainable. And if they can get everyone on the same page, I think it's actually something that can, succeed.
And Mo Harkless, what a perfect four for the Sacramento Kings. I mean, like, I wasn't concerned about Mo Harkless in that position at all. Like, it has just worked out brilliantly. He has just been the perfect guy for the Sacramento Kings there at that 4 position. I'm a big Mo Harkless guy, James, as you're very aware of. Can we give, like, Kenny thinks he figured out the formula. You want to share the Buddy Hield formula?
Yeah,
with
man.
James Ham.
Yeah.
We've figured out the key. Pass this along to Luke Walton when you get to the arena. This is big.
Or hell, pass it along to Buddy Hield.
That's fine too.
It's easy work. James, I figured it out. If Buddy Hield shoots 2 or more 2-point shots in a game, he's going to ball out. If he only shoots 1 or less 2-point shots in a game, it's going to be ugly. Simple as that. Because statistically, when he shoots more than 1 2-pointer, plays well. And against Portland, he did that, 17 points. Utah, 24 points. 26 against Phoenix, 20 against the Pelicans, 19 last night. When it's only like one of these stat lines, 4 of 13 from the field, 3 of 12 from beyond the arc, 11 points for against Dallas, 6 points against the Warriors. Give me the 2-2-pointers and more money.
I like it. I also think didn't one of you post the stat that every time Buddy Hield hits a free throw, like an angel gets his wings or the Kings win, right?
Both are accurate. Angels get wings. And prior to last night, when Buddy Hield goes to the foul line, the Kings win those games.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, he has to be more. And it's weird because it's Paul Rudd on a surfboard. It's too much. No, you're doing too little. You're doing too much. No, back down. You're trying too hard. You know what I mean? It's that, I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but he's trying to teach someone how to surf. And with Buddy, the whole time you're thinking, okay, no, that's too much.
What movie is that? That's gonna bug me. Is it what movie is it? It's not Forgetting Sarah Marshall, is it?
No, I think it's I want to say is it Ben Stiller? It's I
know it. James gonna ruin the whole day. This is all I'm thinking about.
Yeah. But anyway, that scene, it I think it really does fit. Like, we talked about it on Friday, right? That Buddy Hield's usage was up to 27%, which is not okay. He was at 20% last year, and his usage is way high, and his assist rate is plummeted. So he's got the ball in his hands more, but he's down to 1.5 assists. His assist rate's under 10. None of that's acceptable. All of a sudden, 1 or 2 games after that, his usage is all the way down to 23.8%, and his assist rate is starting to climb. So it's a small sample size issue, a lot of it. But I also think Buddy needs to figure out a way, because, I mean, we're looking around and we're like, okay, look, Terrence is struggling. Tyrese doesn't really look like Tyrese quite yet. De'Aaron Fox is clearly, there's something going on there. Like, Buddy, try to make your teammates better. Try to find a way to help them, right? It can't always be just about you getting your 3-point shots. And that's something that the maturation, is it forgetting Sarah Marshall? I don't think it's forgetting Sarah Marshall. It's possible. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, look, a really good basketball player isn't just good for himself. He makes everyone around him better. And it's something that even last season, I thought Buddy did a much better job. His usage rate, again, was around 20, but he averaged like 3.6 assists per game. He had some really nice dimes to Rashawn Holmes. Like, he started to get in the flow of passing and stuff. And so anyway, I think that the Buddy, like, yes, anytime he gets to the line is a good thing. Anytime he goes to the rack, it's a good thing. Even the foul call that was challenged and then got overturned. First of all, I thought it was bunk. You saw it early on that Gobert hit him in the midsection with his left arm as he was going in. The contact was initiated not by Buddy Hield. It was initiated by Gobert. And I thought that was a bad call that really ended up changing the complexity of the game. But I'm okay with him going in.
I don't know what's going on with these refs. It's just terrible. They're terrible. They're terrible. And I'm not, you guys know me, I'm not even really a big complainer of refs, but both ways. It's just, I hate when they get suckered into stuff. Like suckered in. Do the Kings, I think this is the evolution of a De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton, and Davion Mitchell. I need somebody that's just going to, like, their leg is going to go limp and they'll fall. That's where you get the calls right there. Like you kind of go to the lane, maybe there's a little contact, and you don't step with your foot. It just goes limp, you fall. The rest fall for it every time.
Yeah, I don't like the inequality of the officiating. That's what I hate. Like, you watch one play where, Luka Doncic gets a touch foul on one end, and then on the other end, he just fully thumps Harrison Barnes to end the half in Dallas, and Harrison's just looking at the official like, is it just me, or that wasn't even close to what happened on the other end? You called the other side, and you're not calling it here. And then I think Fox, part of his issue is that they're not getting any calls at all, for sure. I mean, he's not getting anything. Nothing. And so it's like the frustration level of that becomes like a huge issue as well. It was forgetting Sarah Marshall for those people out there. But yeah.
The question gripping the nation now.
It is the question. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? It's like all of these things are playing into what's happening. And the Kings, they will not get respect from the officials until they win. And that's just the way it goes. The one guy who's getting respect from the officials and getting to the free throw line is Harrison Barnes. And it's just because he's earned that, especially over his play over the last 2 years. He's earned that. But realistically, he's a guy who's been in the league and he's diplomatic. He doesn't get texts. I mean, Buddy Hield got thrown out of the game last night.
That's spectacular. Lost $5,000 for, or however much the fine is.
0.4 seconds left. Yeah.
Amazing. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento KRXQ. Nope, not that channel. That's the Christmas channel. See, I'm just so conditioned to say it.
I know.
It's West. All right, just cut. 3, 2, 1. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You're more than welcome to tune in to KRXQ HD2 at 4 o'clock and listen to Christmas music if you'd like. James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider, with us here. I know no one wants to hear this, James. You pointed this out, and I get it because it's just looked at as an excuse. But I have De'Aaron shot attempts in front of me. He really does get hit a lot. Like he gets knocked around quite a bit, and all that's going to stick in my head is that damn play with Donovan Mitchell at the end or in the fourth quarter where Davion, I think, maybe touched his jersey and Donovan goes flying forward at half court while corralling the ball and looking at the official, and a foul's called. I don't think he goes to the line. I think it goes sideline out of bounds. They get a score on that next play, and it's a 5-point lead right there.
Well, there was no time left either, right? It the shot clock was winding down and on that inbounds play. And then, I'll bring this up too, because I think it's part of that discussion. Some fans were really upset that Luke Walton had used his challenge early on and then couldn't use his challenge late. And I want to explain some of the dynamics of the challenge. Number one, I think early in the game, he was trying to stand up for De'Aaron. When De'Aaron was having a little bit of a rough go, Walton could sense it. He picked up a second foul. You're like, okay, we can't get him, in the 3 to 4 foul range in the first half. So that was one issue. But also, if you use your challenge in the first half, you're using your first half timeouts, right? So if you lose a challenge, you lose a timeout. If you're using your challenge in the second half, it's the same exact thing. If you use a challenge and you lose a timeout. So if you're in the fourth quarter and you're trying to figure out how the game is going to finish and you got 2 timeouts left, all of a sudden using the challenge becomes much more difficult to do. because if you use it and you're wrong, now you're down a timeout. And how much could that timeout mean in the final 20 seconds or 30 seconds of a game? It could mean everything. It could be, again, the Kings beat who they beat with the 3-pointer at the buzzer by Harrison Barnes, the Phoenix Suns. That they called a timeout. They brought the ball all the way up to over half court. And so the play was like a little short play, as opposed to the play against Cleveland last year where De'Aaron Fox chucks a 75-yard bomb and Harrison Barnes catches it and hits a miracle. So again, all of these pieces come into play, especially when you're in a tight game, that, you have to manage each moment. And sometimes it is standing up for a player, and sometimes it's stopping something that's happening or trying to point out that some inequality that you want to point out to an official that's part of the replay. And that's why they're doing it. It's not always strictly, I think his foot might've stepped out of bounds. And the worst thing about the whole deal is, we talked about this before, you can only use the stupid replay on a dead ball situation. You can only use it when they make a mistake on a play that they either a whistle is blown. So for all the mistakes that they make when they don't blow a whistle, well, you can't review those things. So when Fox does get hammered, you can't review it because there wasn't a whistle that stopped the action. And so again, I think there needs to be a red flag. There needs to be okay, that was a foul. I'm just going to throw a red flag or hit the buzzer right then. I want to see that, right now. I don't care if it's a dead ball or not. And even if it stops transition, I mean, what's worse, having someone hit a red button and stop the transition going the other way, or someone running in and doing a touch foul at midcourt? There's no difference. So.
I need the red button. I need a coach very angrily to walk over to the scorer's table by where they stand and slam their hand on a red button.
There. It's a green button, but my bad. I'm thinking of the no button. But
you know what, James? Everything you said makes perfect sense, and I understand that. That was a terrible challenge. I would have much rather him get a technical to support De'Aaron Fox than use a challenge on there, because I actually saw what he was talking about and what De'Aaron's talking about, because Mike Conley, he literally looked for De'Aaron and ran into him. De'Aaron wasn't setting a screen or even doing one of those get in the way things. He was just getting out the way. Conley was beat, looked for De'Aaron and ran into him to get the foul. So I understand what that challenge was all about, but there's no chance that they were going to overturn that. Or I think the other thing he was asking was, did it happen after Buddy had released a shot, and were they going to count the shot? Neither of those were going to happen. I agree. That's probably where his mindset was and I have no problem with it. Just get the technical. You know what I'm saying?
I think in those situations too, you got to remember that your players are talking to you and they're saying, oh, no, that didn't happen. It didn't happen that way. And so you're like, okay, should I buy in? And at the same time, Fox is struggling.
Buddy ruined it for everybody.
Yeah.
Buddy constantly doing this all the time. For everybody.
That's what Lucas learned. Don't trust Buddy. Yeah, Buddy always did touch. He always did do the touch foul. It always happened. So you're just like, Buddy, I'm not doing it. But with some of your other guys, you're like, okay, look, I'm gonna give it a look. And I can get the fans are frustrated. To be honest with you, I would like to see 2 challenges a game. I don't think that there's too much challenging. And, I think it slows the game down for a second. But, they've also taken out half the free throws. So now the game's going to end too quick. How are you going to get all these commercial breaks in? The game is just ending. It's hard to write. I'll tell you that.
Commercial breaks during referee reviews at this point, the way that one went with 3 minutes to go and lasted 10 minutes or whatever. And then they had the foul on the Rashawn Holmes, or was it a foul, or they said he jumped too early on the Rashawn Holmes on the jump ball.
Oh, that was horrible.
That was garbage.
Because it was a bad toss. And it seems like every toss that I've seen so far, not on the main toss to start a game, but the other tosses, anytime there's a jump ball, again, I would just prefer possession arrow. I mean, because it's just fraught with human error. That's every single jump ball is just okay, this is stupid. Why are we doing this? There's no way you can have something that stands out here and shoots the ball up a specific height at a specific angle and is fair for everybody. No, So, I mean, after all these years, you still have to have officials, the element of human error on a ball being thrown up in the air. So yeah, that was god awful. I just, in a tight game like that, like there were too many things in a row there that impacted the Kings' ability to have a shot, and including their own ineptitude in certain situations, but also with sort of the way the officiating. And I don't blame the officials for that game. I wasn't sitting there like, look, they got beat by the officials. To be honest with you, like there have been maybe a handful of games where I've felt that way over the last 12 years, where it's just the officiating was so bad. And most of them came down to DeMarcus Cousins and just blatantly unofficial, like I think Scott Foster threw him out at halftime one game. Like just none of it made any sense but then again, I'm not on the floor getting yelled at by the guy the whole time. So
Yeah, no, they definitely didn't lose that game because of the refs, but they are incompetent. Like I just hate how they get suckered all the time. Like do you guys watch the game of basketball? Do you know that like he didn't really get hit that hard and he's flying 15 feet to the left because he knows you're going to be the sucker to call the foul?
But who's the bigger sucker? The ref for doing that, or the player on your team that doesn't do the same thing and get the same call? If them's are the rules,
it's the ref.
Them's are the rules. If a guy is going to get a call every time he flies to the floor and slides for 8 feet, then maybe that's what you got to do to get the foul. If you really want it, go get the foul that way. And
Aaron
then
Fox could be lying at the center court at Golden One Center with blood oozing out of his head, and he ain't gonna get a foul call.
He could be lying there like
Bibby.
Carmelo Anthony was that one time.
When Kobe elbowed Mike Bibby in the face, and Mike Bibby got called for the foul. Yeah.
You've got to get on the road. Last question, and it's just I don't know the answer. Has De'Aaron talked post game at all?
He has talked post game, but not in the last 2 games.
Okay.
The last post game, man, I'm trying to remember. Maybe it's been 3, but like there was a post game where he did talk.
Okay.
The problem was that we waited over an hour. We waited almost a half hour for Luke, and then we waited exactly 1 hour. And I think Rashawn Holmes showed up first. And then De'Aaron finally came out. It was probably like an hour and 15 after the game. And so clearly no one's going to see it on TV. Most of the TV stations have already stopped on the Zoom link. So they're not even, waiting for more, and they're not going to run it later. And so, yeah, that's been an issue. It's something that I think will be addressed, but it's in the world of COVID. Those things can happen more often than in the past, where really they wait around for us in the locker room, or we wait them out and they have to come back and get their stuff after they've gone to the cold tanks and everything else. So I think it's a little bit of give and take there, but I would expect for him to have a conversation with us tonight, and if not tonight, the next game. Where or a practice, we'll get him like in a couple of settings here to kind of even some of that out, because it's something that media relations is always like, it's in the back of their mind, like, okay, he hasn't spoken in enough time. Yeah, we got to get him out here. And I think some people say, hey, you're the leader of this team. I need you out there. I need you answering those questions. Like, yeah, but this team has like a bunch of veterans, right? They have guys that are also leaders, guys like Harrison Barnes, guys like Tristan Thompson, guys like Rashawn Holmes. They're bringing along Davion. They've got like one of the world's greatest talkers in Tyrese Halliburton, so there are other guys that are also in need of getting into this. It just doesn't have to be Fox every single time. But at a certain point, when you are shooting what he's shooting at this point, what is like 34% from the field, 15% from 3. Like at that point, it's time for you to have a conversation. And he has had some of those conversations, and he's frustrated just like everyone else is. But you gotta. That's why you get the 28 point $1 million. Is because it comes with all of these extra things, including media and all that.
You got to get on the road. We appreciate you. As always, James, we'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings versus the Pelicans, and we'll have your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. That's next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, clear. The clutches of the chat house got you. It's a dangerous place, James. It's a dangerous place in there.
Yeah, the definitely. I mean, it made me laugh. I couldn't remember what that was. It was Forgetting Sarah Marshall. I looked it up on my phone at one point. I believe. Yeah.
They're a fun group. Yeah, Jesse pulled it up too.
Yeah,
I was out. No, that
couldn't help. You don't know that? You don't
I like
know that
the movie. Yeah, no, I don't mind that movie. I don't mind.
I love that movie. Yeah.
Who's the guy?
Paul Rudd.
Who's Paul Rudd? Like
Ant-Man.
Oh,
yeah. 40-year-old virgin. What's that?
He's in 40-year-old virgin. Yeah.
Being Clueless.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Paul Rudd was in Clueless. Yeah.
Wow.
He was like the love interest.
You are wild, bro.
Well, that and the thing with him, he looks the same as he did in Clueless.
He does.
So like 20 years later, he definitely looks exactly the same as he did then. But it's also, what's his name? Jason
Segel.
Yeah, and that's what it is. Like Paul Rudd is like a burnt out surf instructor, and he's trying to teach him how to surf, and like, no, you too much. Oh, wait, that's not enough. No, okay, yeah, no, too much. No, not enough. Get back down. Yeah, you need to watch that. That's actually a fun movie.
It is. It's good. It is.
One of these days. Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. My oldest is a Veronica Mars fan. We got turned on to Veronica Mars from one of his English teachers in high school, and so it's one of the shows that are on loop here. So Kristen Bell is in. She's in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. She is Sarah Marshall.
So Kenny will watch Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and James will watch Shaft because it's on HBO Max now. So you can go watch the original.
Shaft.
You've seen the original Shaft, really?
Yeah, I've seen the original Shaft. Like,
we'll watch Paid in Full.
I once asked Garrett Temple. Like, we had a bet if Garrett Temple had seen the original Shaft, and he hadn't. He had only seen the Samuel L. Jackson one.
Uh-oh.
James, I think you muted yourself. James got to go. He's just. Nope. James, you got to go, James. It's okay. It's okay, James.
Now I'm back. There we go.
There you are.
Yeah. No, I'm a movie guy. We have
okay.
All over 1,000 DVDs upstairs, and yeah, I mean, I've made like Sucka references on here all the time.
That's solid.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've seen a lot of movies. So
Paid in Full is what I'm putting on James.
All right, we'll get James on Paid in Full. That's it. Yeah, that's don't scan the box office for that one, James.
I'm broke.
Awesome.
It's literally a hip hop movie from the early 2000s. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, yeah, we'll see you guys soon. I'll see you out at the game.
Okay. Thanks, man. James Ham. That's fun stuff. It really was. It really was. Dude, I get it though. When you get something stuck in your head, man, like what movie was this? Or it's worse when it's a song. Like, what song is this? And it just lives there. It just lives
a different song in my head every day.
There's a different song in my head like every hour. Like now SWV is stuck in my head.
I forgot what that part was too. That
it's always on my mind. Bone is trash. Come on, dude. Bone is trash.
Oh, guy.
Gotta make that money, man. It's still the same now. I gotta make that money, man. Like, what am I gonna do with this? I just fast forward to Easy. Standing on a corner, straight slang and rock. Oh,
I've never listened to Bone Thugs album.
Word?
Heard song.
I've listened to Bone Thugs for sure.
They're like their first before Crossroads. That was some dope stuff.
Quick public service announcement. The original Shaft is available on HBO Max. As a matter of fact, Shaft goes to Africa.
HBO Max is for the
Boy,
culture.
for real. Like, cause that's what started it. Is like, yo, Martin and what's the other show called with Robert Townsend? Parenthood. Oh yeah,
Gomez Preston.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the biggest crush I had. It was on her.
They up there. I was like, yo, let me take a look at this, and then all of a sudden there's Richard Roundtree. I'm like, wait a minute. It was a Shaft. I started looking for Black Coffee. I started looking for all of those joints.
HBO doing this, and it's November.
Right? It is. We usually only get this treatment in February.
Then it's gone by March 15th. Nah, they ain't here in November.
March 15th, fam. That joint is gone by March. That joint is gone by February 28th. Oh man.
Man, I love HBO Max. I know they had the Parenthood and Hang on, Mr. Cooper. Yeah. That was my show.
Hanging with my man.
Laugh out loud with him and Tyler. Get Tyler out of there. Oh man, I used to crack up.
I need to see. Remember Rock?
Yeah.
Charles S. Dutton.
I haven't seen that in a while.
I haven't seen that on a streaming service yet. That's it. Like, but HBO Max, they're on the ball. They about to get it.
It's gonna be there.
It's gonna be there.
You know who I was thinking about the other day? Kind of gets slandered a lot.
I'm still stuck on you saying it's only November.
For real, we're doing this genuinely. We don't even. It doesn't even feel forced.
Man, what are they gonna do in February?
Paid in Full will be on there.
Paid in Full. That's for real.
But Family Matters and the dad in Family Matters. He tends to get kind of slandered, like, he was whack. Come on, give him his just due.
There is a
general kind of gets brushed to the side. This is a good show.
There is an incredible internet thread that I can't even begin to try to explain that ties, I think it's Family Matters to Die Hard.
Whoa.
And maybe Ghostbusters. Look it up, dude. It is crazy. It all makes perfect sense because he's like a cop in all of those movies and shows, and they tie them all together and build this big long story for Carl Winslow. Oh, it's good stuff.
He gets slandered. Did you see this clip? Comes up on my timeline every now and then, but when Uncle Phil came on there, and they had one of those where they what's it called, the fourth wall or whatever, they broke it down real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It was like after the end of the show, and they'd have like a little scene after that, and Richie comes in with his friend, and he goes, all right, the friend goes, all right, here's $5. You're right, he does look like the dad on Fresh Prince, talking about Carl.
Right.
And Carl Winslow was like, what? And then walking through the door comes Uncle Phil,
James Avery.
Yeah, and the Carl Winslow had no idea. He just has this big old look on his face, starts laughing, runs off the set, all this other stuff. And
that's great.
Cool.
I gotta see that. Yeah. I gotta see that. Did you ever watch the reunion, the Fresh Prince reunion? Mm-hmm. Oh man, that Uncle Phil scene.
The show.
Did we? I thought you hadn't seen it yet. That Uncle Phil scene.
I saw it after you. That was
okay.
We talked about how what is Will? Will kind of said something but didn't say anything.
He didn't say anything. Sam, he didn't say anything. Boy, Aunt Viv, she's a wild follow on social media. If you track her down to OG and Viv, she had. I was like, all right, let's transition here. Let's hit the beat. Oh, to do it, Aunt Viv, boy, she be hitting us with one, man. Well, we got basketball tonight. We got the Sacramento Kings in action tonight at the Golden One Center against the New Orleans Pelicans. And we've got your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the people's lender. Eyebrow up and all. It's SacCityMortgage.com. KC, I ain't reinventing the wheel here, fam. You weren't here Friday. You know, the New Orleans Pelicans give up the most fast break points in the entire league. You know how many fast? It's about 20.4 per game. You know how many fast break points the Kings scored on Friday?
How many?
8. You hear what I said?
Ooh.
There's 2 keys here. Got to do better than that. And much like you did on Friday night, you got to win the free throw battle. This isn't said often. The Kings were phenomenal from the free throw line. Hit 24 of 25.
Yeah.
The New Orleans Pelicans, they were 16 of 25. A friendly reminder on the final score, 113 to 109. Do the math.
Yeah.
Kings got to push the tempo against New Orleans. Their bigs aren't going to get back. The Herbert Jones factor isn't even in play. You didn't have Brandon Ingram out there last night against the Suns. That he's dealing with a hip contusion. Push, and make your foul shots.
I'm going to piggyback off one of your keys here, and to be able to push, you have to finish the defensive possession. We saw it last night. Terrible on the offensive boards were the King on the opponent's offensive boards, on their defensive boards. That can't be the case tonight. Valanciunas, Jackson Hayes, they're going to crash the boards. They're going to try to be active on there. Finish the defensive possession. Make sure that the Pelicans get no more than 10 offensive rebounds tonight. You do that, you should take care of business and win.
Keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the People's Lender, SacCityMortgage.com. Okay, back to black sitcoms.
The Parenthood, that one, I wasn't ready for that.
Out there.
And you said the house is on there too, right?
Yeah, the LL Cool J one is on there too.
I had a thing for her, Tiffany. Forgot her last name. It was Tiff. It might have been Tiffany on the show. I don't know, but she was fine.
I don't know, unless we're talking about Tiffany Amber Thiessen. I'm not sure who we're rocking
Tiffany
with
there. No, was it?
No, Tiffany Amber Thiessen was Kelly Kapowski.
But I think it might have been Tiffany on the show. She actually came across hard times. I hope she's doing okay now. Like, it got bad for her on the show. She was lovely.
A Kings victory would be lovely as well.
real quick. This is what I meant to mention earlier with Aaron Rodgers that I didn't. I posted.
Oh, we haven't even talked. We've barely even addressed that.
Oh, do we want to mess with that?
No, we could do it. We'll get back to the Kings. There are a couple of things that we didn't talk about. We didn't talk about the reports are weird. The Odell Beckham stuff. We hadn't really touched on that, and what we heard really happened.
We got ears to the street in Cleveland.
We got ears to the street in Cleveland. Cleveland made it seem like, oh yeah, they sent Odell Beckham Jr. home today. No, they threw Odell Beckham's ass out. It wasn't like, hey, you know what? We know let's talk with your agent. Let's try to get things figured out. Like, no, it was like, fam, get out of here. We'll talk to your people. Go home. I don't know if there was a confrontation or what, but it sounds like some ill stuff went down with Odell Beckham Jr. in Cleveland, and it's an $8 million hit if they release him. And I don't think anyone's picking that up off the waiver wire. So that would be something Cleveland had to eat. And there's some non-guaranteed money next year. So I don't know how all that works out because, football contracts are a little
wonky,
flimsy.
Yeah, we don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, you can come to San Francisco.
Yes.
He's
gonna. I know. I read the Raiders. Obviously, Raiders and Saints are favorites. Stop playing. We all know where he's going. He's going to wind up on the freaking Rams. Like, just quit it.
Rams or the Seahawks, one of the two.
Rams don't have a salary cap. They can take him in. Like,
they don't have a salary cap. And every time they trade away a second-round pick, they just acquire another one. Not from any other team. The NFL just gives them another second-round pick.
It just magically appears.
Yeah. So, Odell Beckham, that's crazy.
You wanted to mention Aaron Rodgers, though, before we got back to
wanted to mention I'm gonna give you the floor to talk about what a clown show he was with all this. But I tweeted it out, and they had a clip of Matt LaFleur being asked the question about Aaron, and he looks so sick and tired of it. He cannot wait till Aaron Rodgers is gone.
Yeah.
Like, and my man, Madman Leak was like, "So will the wins." I think LaFleur is like, "I don't care. I don't care. We can go to 7-9 or whatever. I'm sick of this guy. Want nothing to do with him." And like I said, it's not like he's taking you to the promised land anyway.
No, he's not. He's definitely not. And it's amazing. I guess, you know, the what determines what a distraction is in the NFL. It's pretty clear. It's whether you win games or not. It's whether you're like like you're in the 1 percentile, which I don't like Aaron Rodgers at all. But the dude is 7-1. Like his team is 7-1.
Yeah.
He's a phenomenal regular season quarterback. But it is the whole. I'm really interested to see how this is covered over the course of the next couple of days with Aaron Rodgers not testing positive for COVID. It's 2021, fam. That's a daily occurrence in the world.
Yeah.
But lying about being vaccinated, like you a coward, bro. Like if you don't want to be vaccinated, what do we say all the time on the show? Say it with your freaking chest. Like if you're one of those cool, say it with your chest. Own up to it. Oh, I'm immune. What was the word? Immunized?
Yeah.
I don't even know it was a real word.
Yeah.
But that's what he said he was. And I'm not gonna, guys are allowed to make their decision, and I'm not gonna look down on anyone who's not vaccinated. Of course you're not, because it's you. And then there's this report, probably from Schefter. Oh, he got some sort of, alternative therapy.
Come on, man. Come on,
And
man.
look, this isn't about vaccinations or not being vaccinated. This is about a top-tier quarterback lying about being vaccinated. And what's the NFL going to do about it? Because remember, there are different protocols for vaccinated players and non-vaccinated players.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers has been living the life of an unvaccinated player all year.
Nope.
So I'm curious, how does the NFL punish him? How does the NFL punish the Green Bay Packers? Because the report is today from Aaron Rodgers' BFF, the Packers knew Aaron Rodgers wasn't vaccinated and let him conduct himself the way that he did. So how seriously is the NFL taking this? And I'm going to kill this whole conversation because we already know they're going to do anything. They're not going to do anything to Aaron Rodgers. Maybe they'll slap the Green Bay Packers on the wrist, but they're not going to do anything because it's the National Football League, because Aaron Rodgers is one of their darling little quarterbacks, and he'll be on prime time in some time, and all of the commentators will just sing Aaron Rodgers' praises and say all of these wonderful things about him without acknowledging what an absolute jackass he has acted like since the NFL draft. Since the day he said, he had Adam Schefter, the little puppet, put his story out there about being traded or not being happy or thinking he was going to be with the San Francisco 49ers and all that stuff. He is the biggest distraction in the NFL, and it just gets passed off as if it's no big deal because the Green Bay Packers win football games.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I hate the NFL. I hate the NFL. The second Danny in San Francisco fires me, I'm never watching that sport again. I freaking hate that league.
Our guy Jay Korb says he actually didn't lie. Well, we don't know that. Number one, because talking to the media, that's one thing, and making it public, that's another thing. But like you mentioned, there are different protocols in place for vaccinated and unvaccinated players. And I'm just kind of putting 2 and 2 together. I would think that the NFL called the Packers, said, hey, give me a list of who's, you know what I mean? Like there's got to be some kind of record. The NFL didn't just stop once he got on there and gave whatever term that he gave at the press conference. Like there's got to be, okay, give me a list, who's vaccinated, not vaccinated, so we can go about this. He lied and the Packers lied, it seems like. Unless everybody knew the entire time and just let things skate, which is also a lie.
I got a quick question for our man Jackson Wrigley over on Twitch, because Twitch has been representing strong today. Twitch fam, we appreciate you. He said, come on, y'all. Aaron Rodgers is the biggest distraction. Love you too, but y'all sound like you're hating. I got to keep it 100. Keep it 100 every day. I am hating. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I don't deny that a single bit. But who's a bigger distraction in the NFL than Aaron Rodgers?
You can't find him.
Like I'm listening. Who was covered the day of the NFL draft? Not Trevor Lawrence. Not at least until the draft started. In the hours up until the draft started, we had an 8-hour show that day. We spent like 5 of them talking about Aaron Rodgers. Who's a bigger distraction in the NFL than Aaron Rodgers? Hey, I hear y'all saying Henry Ruggs. No, he's not. Henry Ruggs ain't in the NFL no more.
No, You didn't.
Henry Ruggs' name isn't going to be mentioned on an NFL broadcast for a very, very, very long time.
Bro, there's stories out now of how the Raiders are trying to scrub him from memory.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Whether it's the website, jersey sale, whatever. They are trying to anything that has the words Henry Ruggs in it, it's going to be pretty tough to find.
Yep.
So there ain't no distraction there because this guy to them doesn't exist. So
shout out to Will W. The Raiders organization as a whole, that's pretty damn close. That's pretty damn close to Aaron Rodgers. I'll give him that. That's pretty close. Because you have what just happened, and then you have the ousted head coach a couple weeks ago.
But look here, Jackson, this is a situation where I think on this show, we do a great job of transparency and keeping it a stack. Like two things can be equally true. He'll tell you how he feels about Aaron Rodgers. I'll tell you how I feel about Luka Doncic. That ain't no secret. I don't like Luka. He don't like Aaron. Yeah. Does that mean that
I am, in fact, a hater?
I don't like these people. But does that mean that they aren't great football players, great basketball players? You'll never, I don't think, you'll never see us intertwine how we feel about somebody with how we report on them or talk about the facts of what's going on. So we're not making up the fact that Aaron Rodgers is the biggest distraction in sports and is a diva. We're not making anything up about that. He's the biggest one in the NFL.
Big facts. Big facts. He's not eligible to play versus the Chiefs, and I don't imagine the Chiefs are too sad about that. They'll take. He's not eligible to play for another 10 days. So
he should, and I agree with you. Nothing's going to happen. He should be suspended.
Absolutely, he should be.
Packers should. I mean, they'll never do this, like forfeit a game or two because you played under false pretenses, but draft picks should be gone. Something like fine. Like there should be a punishment.
I'd be stunned.
There won't be.
I'd be stunned.
There won't be any punishment.
I'd be stunned
for anybody involved.
There should be punishment for the Kings though if they lose tonight.
Oh, it was Maya Campbell, by the way. People got on here, and that's who her name was Tiffany on In the House.
Oh, yeah. I remember Maya Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Lord is my shepherd. You know what I want.
You know what
I remember Maya Campbell. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
When you tweeted that once, I died. When you tweeted that.
It really fits with any scenario. Let De'Aaron Fox get to let De'Aaron Fox hit 4 shots in a row, 4 or 5. The Lord is my shepherd. You know what I want.
Donnie, Jesse, put it on a shirt.
And the great part is most people know it's not a biblical reference. Right. It's a Friday reference. It's a Bernie Mac reference. But it really works in every scenario. Work it into a sentence later tonight. Your day will be better. Your day will be better. You want to get? I'm trying to get to the Kings. Do you want to? Like, Kings, I don't know. What?
It's game day.
Like, hey, we got your.
Okay, game day. Show.
That's always a good transition.
You're not going to be in the building tonight, huh? Wednesday night, getting all the way to downtown. I was contemplating it.
It's not that. It's not that. I don't want to go watch the one. And for me, Friday nights or Saturday nights are better. Mostly Fridays, because if they're playing Friday night, they're probably playing Sunday. Mm-hmm. Or I have Saturday. If we go Saturday, I have Sunday to watch it. The truth is, games at this point, because I don't go to every game, they kind of become social. So it's visiting with, Deuce and, well, I guess I can't visit with Morgan anymore. Can't get close to her without the security coming after us. But it's visiting with Jason, right? It's visiting with Jason Jones and James and different people, and then visiting with all the people who get to come hang out. So I wind up missing a lot. I have to watch the game anyway. So knowing we've got business to attend to tomorrow, I'll stay here and be pretty locked in. Plus, I really don't want to be that grumpy in front of people if this goes south. And I don't think it will. Like, I think the Kings are winning tonight. Said this Friday, say it with your chest. I think the Kings are winning the game tonight. I just want them to play better than they did Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. And that needs to happen. That needs to happen. There's, we talk about Fox a lot, but I mean, everybody needs to bring it. Everybody needs to bring it tonight against a short handed team. I thought about going to the game. I was actually going to take Cheryl and El Grove to the game tonight, but
Oh, there you go.
nah, we might go on Monday now.
Okay.
Yeah, Monday against Phoenix. I want to go on Sunday. I love my weekend games, but 3:00, Niners game on at 3:00. Got to watch that. Plus, I got a birthday party to go to. I'll be there Friday though.
There you go. Okay. Oh,
You see LaMelo.
Yeah, I think the whole family going to see LaMelo. No.
Yeah. Maybe.
Wow, I'm surprised the Queen didn't demand
higher yet.
I can't. I'm surprised the Queen didn't demand front row seats for that one.
She kind of did.
Oh, okay.
I said I can't guarantee that. She's like, well, I don't know if I want to go then.
I want I want them Spike Lee joints. I ain't going.
She kind of did, man. She was like, I need to know where I'm sitting if I'm going.
I believe we've alluded to it. We haven't really talked about it. We questioned whether Terrence Davis was going to get played out of the rotation, when in fact he did. He did not play a single minute last night. Terrence Davis is playing tonight. I'm very, very confident Terrence Davis is playing tonight. I'm very confident we're not going to see another 8-game rotation on the second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
I know all eyes are on De'Aaron Fox. I understand. I need to see something from Terrence Davis too.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he needs to snap out of this. And last night I thought was more of a case of Luke went for it last night. He didn't have any. There wasn't no messing around, and trying to get Terrence on track. Like I don't think he's out of the rotation. Yeah, we joke about it. I don't think he's out of the rotation. But last night for Luke wasn't a situation where, well, let's try and get this guy going. We don't have time for that. We're trying to get one in Utah tonight.
Yeah, James was perfect. He was trying to trim the fat. He's like, look, I'm serving up a filet mignon tonight.
Yeah,
there ain't gonna be no flabby part to give the dog. Like this is a filet mignon. I need all my best pieces out there. And Terrence, brother, it ain't you right now. Let me ask you. We want Terrence to do honestly, did you think there was a stretch at all? And I feel like this is tough. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious how many Kings fans felt like this, because you're like flirting with the point of no return. Did you think at any point late in the fourth quarter that Luke should go with Davion over De'Aaron?
No, I didn't think that, and I can understand why somebody would think that, but
I definitely didn't either.
So I'm
didn't cross my mind at all.
One thing about me in this particular De'Aaron Fox situation is you're gonna ride or die with this guy, like for better or for worse. So when I say we're married for better or for worse, and if he ain't got it, then we ain't got it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it right now. So now there was a point in time. What happened? I think he took Davion out and put Buddy in. And I didn't agree with that. I was like, well, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And yeah, because the way Davion was going on the offensive end.
I think I still have it.
What did you do that for? Why?
There it is. Still there.
That's exactly what I was saying as I was sitting there. But De'Aaron Fox, no, it didn't cross my mind. It was almost the opposite, where he actually did it in the end of the third quarter, right when there was like a timeout or something like that. I was like, go back to Fox right now. See if you can. There's Donovan's out, Mike Conley's out. See if you can steal some moments right here where De'Aaron can get some buckets against, the backups and get his confidence going. And then I was almost like, just play him the entire quarter. Like, I'm like,
entire fourth.
Yeah, the entire fourth. Play him the entire fourth. See what we can do to get him back on track. Keep him out there to try and work through this. I was actually the opposite. Like, I wanted more De'Aaron Fox, even though he wasn't playing well.
Okay. Clearly it crossed my mind. I also understand why you don't do it. That very literally is like, that's a tough bridge to walk back over. Not saying that Luke and De'Aaron's relationship is shot forever, but I am saying we've heard that those two have a really good relationship.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just wondering, like, can you make the call with no hurt feelings for Davion to go in, De'Aaron to come out, and just to kind of see how that group finishes things up or plays for a stretch late in the fourth quarter? Yeah,
I hear everybody. I hear you saying that. I wouldn't have done it. We got to.
You say everybody. Yeah, you mentioned for those on the radio on the Odyssey app, people jumped in the chat house. Said, it did cross their mind.
It crossed their mind. Our guy Richard B said it crossed my mind. But
I mean,
nah,
that's an elite relationship you have to have. Like, you have to have buddy. Like we've heard they're good. They need to be good. Like they need to be buddies for that to be able to be pulled off and no one have any feelings over it.
And in my mind, you can only get where you're trying to go with De'Aaron Fox. So
sure.
You got to take the good with the bad. You got to try and ride this out with him out there. So.
We are getting a very important question in the chat house. Mrs. Mac 10.
Mac 10 is the lick, West Side is the click.
Asking if we're getting Alex Lynn or Tristan Thompson tonight.
I think it's a Lynn night.
It's an Alex Lynn night.
Yeah, Tristan did not play against the Pelicans.
But Alex Lynn can we get 2 Alex Lynn nights in a row? Because Alex Lynn was Utah too.
Yeah, it wasn't a back-to-back, but he played in Phoenix and in New Orleans.
That's right.
It wasn't a back-to-back, though. There was a day in between.
I can't remember Alex Lynn in the Phoenix game at all.
He played really well. He had a couple threes.
I can't. Oh, that's right. He's 100% from 3, unless he missed one last night. He did. Okay, so Rashawn is still the lone member of the 100% from 3 club. Right.
Yeah, but you need, not that Tristan isn't tough, but you need the height and the toughness of somebody like Lynn. And you might if Ingram doesn't play, you might just throw bodies at Valanciunas. Maybe it's Tristan and Lynn tonight. Maybe we get that combo.
Oh.
Because Valanciunas is they're going to go to him 45 times tonight. Okay. So you just keep throwing the bodies at him, wear him down.
916-349-1320. Let's get to Bobby here. I hope Bobby's not calling to yell at us. Bobby, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? No, I'm not. I just want to take your brain a little more on. I have a bit of a personal connection with Aaron. I was lucky enough to go to his camp when he was up at Butte when I was a senior at Grant High School, and I mean, the dude. You know what's funny though? He's just real, man, and he actually is a good dude. I get why you're hating on him as an athlete, but I think I don't know, he's super intelligent and in depth, and it's like, how do you view, because we're talking divas, right?
Mm-hmm.
How would you view LeBron, though? Like, how do you feel on LeBron? Because if you're going to call Aaron, like, LeBron's got to be on the same level diva.
LeBron has diva tendencies. I'm not.
Thank you. He does.
Thank you.
It's not Aaron.
I feel like what is, I still don't understand what Aaron Rodgers' problem is. Like, his team is 7-1. Like, is that solely because of him? And know what? Like, he was complaining about the they didn't do enough for this for him. They didn't do enough for that. His team is 7-1. Matt LaFleur has the best record through 3 years for the first 3 years of a first time head coach ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no caveat to it. It's just LaFleur now, which means, I mean, I know Aaron Rodgers is good. Like, he's phenomenal. He's great.
Yeah, he's all time great.
I think the team has done something during this time.
Yeah.
Would you have anything else you wanted to?
Since he's won a Super Bowl, can we look at since he's won a Super Bowl though? I mean, the guy's only had a top 10 defense once.
And here's the issue. I'm glad you said that, Bobby. Here's the issue.
Come on.
Here's the
I'm
issue.
a football guy.
Bobby, here's the issue. When that defense is never a problem in the regular season. Only when he fails. When he doesn't get the job done, then it's the defense's issue. They go 13-3, 12-4 every single year.
Yeah,
Bobby, there was a 15-1 season in there, and they were at home, and he lost. That's the problem. When something doesn't go right, it's the defense, it's LaFleur, it's the GM, it's everybody's fault. But that's the problem we have.
With LaFleur,
LeBron gets all the heat. LeBron gets all the heat and he doesn't.
Because he's the GM, the coach, the player. Yeah.
He gets all the heat. Aaron never gets the heat. It's always somebody else's fault. That's the issue. And that's the difference between the two, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's somewhat accurate. I mean, he gets a lot of heat too, though. But LeBron also gets a lot of passes. Like, well, he wasn't. It's like, well, he also is a Ray Allen three-pointer away from being 500 in the finals. And I love LeBron, but is LeBron a clutch player? I mean, that is very much questionable. LeBron's a freak, man.
I'd call him the greatest player we've ever seen. Okay, and that could be debated to death. Bobby, we appreciate you. And
it's happening more often, man. Appreciate you.
I mean, I get it. I think we had Trey Wingo on the day of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has a good relationship with Aaron Rodgers. I don't know Aaron Rodgers personally. I don't have, Bobby talked about a connection with him being at the camp. That's awesome. I don't have that connection with him. I just know what I see. And all I can talk about is what I see. And what I see, that dude stinks to me, man. He absolutely stinks to me. And you can talk about diva tendencies. Are there levels of diva? Like what LeBron does, as Bobby was alluding to, I don't see that as the same as what Aaron Rodgers does.
No. And look, we don't know him personally, but you take the track record of people who do know him personally, and you'll get a split. There's people like Bobby, like Pat McAfee, who love Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
There's people who are like, I don't fool with Aaron Rodgers. Like he was, I did not enjoy playing with him. Like it was saying some of the things that I just said. When it was all good, it was all good. When it went bad, it was somebody else's fault. And for the most part, maybe you'll get it later. Maybe Kevin Love or Kyrie will play the role of Scottie Pippen 20 years from now.
Oh my
God.
God.
For the most part,
Scottie Pippen's out of control.
For the most part, you don't get that with LeBron. People are generally, from what I can remember at least, the people that are close to him, that play with him, they're cool with LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
They're cool with him. They're fine with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, there is levels of diva behavior. LeBron, boy, if he gets fouled and goes to the ground, get the stopwatch out, boy.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Over under is 3.5 minutes.
He's got to stay there, catch his breath, make sure all his limbs are working, blink his eyes, move his fingers, move his toes, get up slowly, wait for all 4 teammates on the floor to come help him up.
Did you see the clips of, like, remember he had the mic'd up where somebody went on the ground and they were like, he was like, stay on the ground. Your teammates will come and help you up or whatever. And then like they were having a bad season and somebody went to the ground and LeBron walks right by him. Just walks right by him. Doesn't even look at him down on the ground.
Oh, that's funny. That's low-key hilarious. It's still not better than the Kobe clip of Kobe on Jimmy Kimmel when they show him the trash Lakers team celebrating and they're like doing, oh yeah, you know what it is. They're doing all that. And it comes back to Kobe and he is just deadpan.
He's like, what are you doing?
Furious.
What is this trash?
Let's get Rico in here real quick before we wrap up. Rico, what it do, baby?
Hey, how you doing, man? Hey, just calling real quick. I know you guys about to wrap up the show.
It's all good.
So I don't tend to understand how technically, both I normally agree with you guys, but lately, not only you guys, a lot of people are just like always talking bad about Buddy. Man, if it's not for Buddy, we ain't got no one that could we know for sure could knock down a bucket. Halliburton ain't knocking down nothing really this year. Harrison Barnes is. But I mean, if it wasn't for Buddy, we would be like, I don't even know what would be without Buddy.
Yeah, but Buddy's killing it. Yeah, Buddy's. I think we said this yesterday. I believe you have us confused with somebody else, Rico. But Buddy, we said yesterday, Buddy is directly responsible for 2 of the 3 Kings wins.
I don't have any. I think James has been a little hard on Buddy, but I don't have an issue with the way Buddy has played this year, especially in the role that he's in, coming off the bench and doing those things. He's been fine. There's been times against Phoenix when he essentially won them the game that game.
Yeah.
So we talked about in the first game of the season, he played his best game of in the last year and a half
Yeah.
against Portland. He played really well last night. He's been fine.
The thing, the thing with Buddy, well, this will always be overall, like watching Buddy, watching an entire Kings basketball game from beginning to end and watching Buddy is an experience.
Mm-hmm.
It is an emotional experience because you know he could do something that's just going to send you into joy or have you throwing the remote at the television.
It never comes with Buddy.
You never know what's going to happen with Buddy. And it could happen within a game. It could happen within 2 possessions. You're now watching Buddy shoot threes on the TV that you broke because you threw the remote at it because of what he did 2 minutes ago. But no, like we got mad love for what Buddy is doing this year. Like
all right, man.
Buddy has been an elite shooter this season.
Mm-hmm.
He has played well. And we'll always acknowledge the dudes who play well. And hopefully Buddy plays well tonight. Hopefully De'Aaron plays well tonight.
Let's get this win tonight, partner. De'Aaron, go for about 27 tonight. Let's go, baby. Come on.
How about this?
Around them.
However many points De'Aaron Fox scores, that'll be the discount on DeLoandKC.com.
Let's get it.
If the Kings win.
Let's get it, baby. Come on.
If the Kings win, that's how we roll. Either way, be back with us tomorrow at noon. So, okay, we're going to have to cut it off somewhere on Sacramento's #1 sports station, but I take it. It's ESPN 1320.
Go Kings. He breaks Wilt's record.
De'Aaron going for 101 tonight. Well, everybody get free merch.
Yeah, you got to acknowledge it. You know, I wasn't.
Really if he did that, that's fine. That's fine. I would
doing it, but then I was listening to D'Lo and KC, and they said percentage off for any points that I scored tonight. So I just had to make it free for the city. Let's go.
So if the Kings win and De'Aaron scores 3, it's 3% off tonight. It's 3% off tonight, and man, we got a long show tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a really long show. Yeah.
Callers wanted our heads today.
Oh no, man, they on us today.
I got the clip.
Yeah, no Mitch this week. Yeah,
that's a great clip.
In the next 2 days. What clip is that?
The Warren sent me the James Avery Family Matters clip.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Wow. And that was weird because it was across network.
NBC, yeah.
NBC and ABC.
Yeah. That's good stuff right there. Family Matters.
As days go by, it's the bigger love, the family. Richie is on, and has been on for a long time now, is on Young and the Restless. I didn't know it was him for the longest, and then Jazz was like, you know.
Oh, word? The kid?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's been on there for at least like 10 years.
Shout out to Warren who took I took a video that Deuce posted and isolated Morgan because she just kept making these faces at him the whole time, and I found it hilarious. Warren took the isolated video and made still shots of Morgan's faces, and they're freaking hilarious.
Dr. David, I have not. They're all on my DVR. I heard it's really good. I want to watch it.
Yeah, I have not seen it yet.
You guys thought I was playing. It's tough for me to watch shows during sports season. I watch too many games. I'm trying to get caught up on beat. Hell yeah. That's, yeah. Yeah, the people that are at home, working at home. Young and the Restless, when Victor Newman is done, that show will be done. You can't have Young and the Restless without Victor Newman. It's a great show.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Snowfall is a winner.
John, there's differences though. So like once after the first round of the NBA playoffs, it's calm. Like I don't have to watch every baseball game. There's 1 to 2 NBA games on a night, and that's the only sport. So that's when I get like I do a lot of extra TV watching when it calms down. But right now, like, and don't let college basketball right around the corner too. It's about to get crazy.
BMF is solid. Yeah, BMF is good.
Yeah. I'm on episode 3 right now. I think they're on 6. So yeah, I'm on 4. I finished 3.
BMF is good.
Yeah. Shout out to Dream Doll.
Stars and HBO Max, man.
Whatchamacallit got another show that I saw today. Amazon Prime got some show called something about Harlem I want to check out.
Is that The Godfather? The Godfather?
No, I watched that too. That's on Epics. I haven't
okay.
seen the second season, but the first season was pretty good. But this one is like it's like a Insecure type show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught up on that. I was
Insecure, one of the great shows of our generation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got to get out to a UOP basketball game this year. KC, what's my favorite college basketball team? Come on, man. You know I'm riding with Ann Arbor all day long. Go Blue. Juwan Howard got us back. Let's go. Let's go. You know I ain't gonna lie to you, Manny. I think I watched. I hadn't watched 4. I'm still only watched 3 so far. Only outside of TV or sports thing I've watched so far has been BMF. And I finished Power, like the Raising Kanan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and when my mom was staying here, I did watch the Housewives of Potomac.
Of course.
Giselle's my girl.
Oh, there you go. Sopranos is good. Sopranos is good.
Did you watch the spinoff thing?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you like that?
I didn't.
I
didn't. I was watching it, and I remember I hit pause I hit pause because I wanted to see how much time was left.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like an hour, 40-minute movie, maybe something like that.
Oh,
and I was at like,
it's not a series?
No, it's a movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a movie. And I was at like 120. So there was 20 minutes left, 20 something minutes left. And I sat there looking, I don't know what the fuck the plot is. I have no idea. Like, I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I don't know what I want to happen. And like, so like, as the movie goes on and it happens, it's like, okay, like I guess I get it, but you made a movie over like that wasn't. And then I read articles about like Soprano fans and blah, blah, blah. I was like, wait, I watched The Sopranos. Like, this wasn't even a big deal to me. So like, there's a story. Like, I honestly don't think if you didn't watch The Sopranos, I don't think you wouldn't care.
So it doesn't like I didn't watch The Sopranos.
I don't think you'd care then. Like you wouldn't get
me into The Sopranos.
No. You wouldn't get all the nuances like, oh, that's Sal. Oh, that's this person. Oh, that's that person. Oh, this is how this happened. Oh, this is why that was such a big deal. If you didn't watch the series, you don't get it. Like in a standalone movie, like you get to know the characters, but there's more value in already knowing who the characters were. Right. So when you see there's like that, oh, okay, like cool. What's that? All right, yeah. And then I just was like, I don't know what I'm waiting to happen. Like in most movies, like, The Rock's got to get out of the burning skyscraper. I know what I'm waiting for. With this movie, I'm just like, what am I waiting to happen? And it happens, and it's like, okay, the big, okay, y'all made a movie for this. All right,
tragic.
Yeah, didn't get me.
Oh
yeah, dude, for that, yeah, for real, like not at all.
Angelo,
didn't work for me.
Where do you stand on Atlanta? I think Atlanta is one of the best shows.
Oh, it's incredible.
On TV. It's supposed to come back next year. I saw a trailer for it the other day.
Atlanta was the original reason I got Hulu. I didn't have Hulu before, and I was like, I got to see Atlanta. What streaming service is it on?
That-
It was on Hulu.
One of the funny moments, I think it was season 2, when they're at the club and the guy who's supposed to be like Future, I take it, he goes like, "Yo, did you see this dude? He's the only one with an invisible car. Like, look at his Instagram." But he's like standing there like this, and like, you can't be serious, bro. Like, what do you mean an invisible car? And then at the end of the episode, they drive off in the invisible car. I was dead when I saw that. Dead. I love Atlanta.
Oh,
yeah. Season 4 already. They're about to do season 3, right? Ah, man. Yeah, he bodied that one.
Atlanta feels like the next Outkast album. Like, you hear about it, and there's always rumblings of it, but it's like it's never going to come out.
You know what? This is unrelated. You said Outkast, and it reminded me I saw a lot of Outkast costumes for Halloween. What I thought was pretty cool, and I feel like I can put myself in this person's shoes because she seems like a very just regular, real person, is Bianca Belair posted a lot of people who were Bianca for Halloween. And I could imagine that had to be pretty cool for her to see, like all these little black girls and everything being Bianca Belair. That was pretty dope.
For sure. Oh man, I forgot. Why didn't we? Oh, James was here. See, John Moxley went into like an alcohol treatment program.
Oh no. Oof. You will soon, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Marcus, Rihanna ain't singing no more. Rihanna's gone. She's a billionaire.
She's like, I can make how much money doing? Oh no.
Did you see her the fashion show? The new version?
I didn't see the new version, no. I've seen them, but I didn't see the newest one.
Let's see TV. They actually damn.
Okay.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
The Monday Night Wars has changed again. Ain't no Stone Cold walking through that door either.
I mean, we've been whipping their ass for a while. I ain't never gonna get too high on those numbers. I look every day. What are we doing here? How are people feeling us? They digging us. All right, let's keep it moving. I mean, I'm not gonna say it ain't nothing. I'm just gonna say it's just a different measurement of what we've already known.
It's just a Wednesday. That's all.
That's what it is.
It's just
all it is, baby.
Ramsey, where was Michael Eric Dyson at last night? What'd you see him on? By the way, that can happen virtually any time, Damian.
Oh, word? Okay. Yeah. Mom, Cheryl and Grove. Yep. Okay.
She literally like works for him. They're like, he's really cool. It was cool to see that. Like when we went to like one of his book signings and he was talking, and it was almost like us with Brett, right? Like there was a lot of people around, and I knew she had done some work with him. But there was a lot of people around, and he spotted her, and he was like, "Oh, hold on, Cheryl." I was like, and she got kind of played off. Like, dude, come on now, like you got to get your roses for this one. Michael Eric Dyson is like, yo, that's my.
That's a big deal. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, like,
yeah.
So she had actually kind of mentioned it to him a while back. I think around the time when the Bucks didn't play in the bubble. Super busy. He was like, I'm down, but just, let me check out the schedule.
Yeah.
It never happened. But yeah, that's city time.
Yeah, we find right time, right angle.
Yeah.
That could be really, really good. That will be really, really good. We just got to get these other ones we got coming up knocked out.
Woo.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
Woo.
Oh man.
Are you racing in an F1 race in Mexico this weekend?
Oh my.
Is that what's going on?
Oh my.
Or you just watch F1 racing? I don't know.
Did you see the Van Gundy? Oh, Luka Doncic is William Regal. William Regal is under, like, he's really, really good.
He is.
Like, he is super, like, he is super, super entertaining.
He's really good. You know, I had that thought about
he always he'd make like this face.
That look. And he always has it perfect. I had that thought a while ago about Bradshaw or JBL. Like, I didn't like him, but he seems like he's really good and really good at the business. Like, he understands the science of wrestling.
When he was feuding with Eddie and was hunting Mexicans at the border, I thought maybe we're doing a little too much here with JBL. The reason, and part of the reason I think it went over so well, is because I feel like JBL believes in this character.
Oh my!
He believes what he's doing right here. I don't. Oh, dude. Oh, JBL. Like, he lived like, so JBL is the closest thing I think the WWE will ever have to MJF. Like, you know, like, oh, you probably don't know who MJF is, but he is a full-time heel. Like, he is a bad guy in AEW, and he doesn't try to do stuff to make fans happy or laugh. Like, he is a bad guy 24/7. That's the closest, I think. JBL is the closest I think that WWE ever did that, and they had to reel him in a little bit.
Wow.
I'm like, no, it's cool. Like, JBL's best friend is Eddie Guerrero. Like, he's really close with Booker T, guys. This is just an act. And I just, like, when they did that skit, I thought, oh, man,
damn,
that soured me on him a little bit. But your point's
valid. Crazy.
Your point's valid.
That is crazy. I never heard that. See, I was out at that time.
I was out too. You know, Chris told me about it. Chris was like, that made him stop watching. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
It seemed like that was the time when they before
they were searching
public or whatever. Like, they would say anything.
No, they were public.
They were at that time?
Yeah, because they went public in 2001. I mean, it was still Austin, Rock.
Later.
No, I think they went public in 2001. Maybe that's a little early. Let me double check.
After Attitude, and then that's when everything
things started to tone down a little bit. Let's see, World Wrestling Entertainment. When did they go public? World Wrestling Entertainment. I don't know when they went public. I can't find it quickly enough on Wikipedia. I thought it was 01 because I remember Austin.
01 or 02. Wow.
I feel like it was all in the general vicinity of the XFL, which was 2001.
Welcome to the XFL.
Now this
that league's still going on, right? With The Rock?
Yeah.
Next 2022? Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck, Rock. Good luck.
Well, it's more his ex-wife. But The Rock gets the credit. But apparently it was her idea. When did WWE go public? So I'm trying to remember, like, was it WWF? It was WWF.
1999.
Yeah, October 19th, 1999. So it was actually WWF that went public.
Wow.
1999. Wow. That was.
I didn't think I was around for that, but I guess I was.
Man. That was WrestleMania 15. So Austin versus Rock. Austin was hurt. He had the neck surgery. Taker was out. So Austin and Taker were both out. Triple H was the guy. Wow. Yeah.
That's crazy. WrestleMania 15 in Philadelphia.
Yep. Good. Yep. Good call.
Last one. That's when I was kind of on my way out.
I think I know everything until like 21, and then I get lost after that. Wow. I used to know every champion, who they won it from, where they beat him, up until probably up until like Austin, and then like Austin, like Kane won it for a day, then it went back to Austin, then it went vacant, then it went to the Rock, Mankind Rock. Like I used to be able to, and then I lost it, and then it's like then one title became 2 titles, and I just lost everything.
I'm trying to think of why I got out. I didn't like not like wrestling anymore. I just kind of stopped following it as closely.
I don't even think I know the main event of WrestleMania 22. I'm thinking it might be the triple threat match with Shawn, Triple H, and He Who Shall Not Be Spoken.
What was the first Taker Shawn Michaels match?
Hell in a Cell?
No, well, the WrestleMania one.
25.
I think that's when, at that time, I would just watch WrestleMania. Like, it was just a thing where it's like, I gotta watch WrestleMania. I don't really know what's going on, but I gotta watch WrestleMania. And then, I don't know, sometime when I was down in LA, I just started watching. When the DVR started to really pop off and I could fast forward through what I didn't want to see, that's when I started to get back into wrestling the way I wanted to. And actually, you know, how I think about it, I would watch it with Jazz, and she used to get a kick out of Dolph Ziggler. And it's when he first came around, and he would go backstage and be like, "Hey, my name is Dolph." And they'd be like, "Get the hell away from me." We used to get a kick out of that. And I think that's what I started watching again.
I can't believe it's 4:16. What's taking place right now is hilarious. You and I are having our own conversation, and the chat house is having its own conversation.
What are they talking about?
I think they're talking about Formula One racing.
Oh, I never got my answer. Well, I guess I did. I just missed it. If Steven was racing or just watching. Let's see if I can find it. And then
do this for real. WWE has a get out of racism card. That's right. Do you see how many black champions we had this year?
Brother Vince.
Brother Vince. Vinnie Mac Daddy.
I don't think he ever answered if he just saw there was other F1 race. Yeah, I'm not.
Hey, we on the TV. Right on, Steven. We appreciate you. Man, Henry Ruggs killed this woman and her dog.
Yeah, I was just seeing some news reports on that last night. That's tough, man. That is just really, really tough.
We got to get Olivia back on the show.
Yeah. That'll bring Shy out.
Where the hell is Shy? Is Shy boycotting the show till Olivia come back?
That's what it sounds like.
I feel like David typed this and giggled. All right, man. We got to ride. Kenny's got to eat, and I got to go to the bathroom. So, love y'all. You know the deal. Check D'Lo and KC tonight.com. I don't know, man. See what happens. Need that W, though. That's dude. Somebody find Shy. Somebody find my man. Somebody figure out where he's at. And we'll see y'all tomorrow at noon. Oh, Mrs. Mac 10, you know what it is.
Go King.